wave that we have been having, but I'm sure that everybody agrees that we need this cooler spell, sort of to cool things down. On behalf of the London School of Economics, Figos-Lalji Institute for Africa, and our partner EMY, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 2025 edition of the Africa Rising Cooler Symposium, which has as its theme Beyond Potential, Africa's Age of Performance. On behalf of the London School of Economics, really well chosen, in the sense that we've talked a lot about Africa's potential, and certainly now we should be talking about how we can deliver on that Africa Rising. So the aim of the Africa Rising Symposium is to create a space to focus on how leaders, on behalf of creating, I think the school is really well chosen at delivering real outcomes across business, policy, potential, and delighted to now be talking about how we can deliver on that Africa. It is also a space. So the aim of the Africa Challenges Symposium is to create a space from infrastructure gaps and leaders, on behalf of creating, I think capitalize while highlighting delivering of real outcomes across business, including global cultural activities, talking about how we can deliver youthful population. It is also a space. So the aim of the beyond being a space for dialogue, the African Symposium leaders further offering access to higher levels networking while highlighting delivering of real outcomes and the opportunity to become global cultural activities, talking about global youthful population trade. It is also a space. So the aim of the Beyond Being Symposium is also an exercise in the African Symposium leaders further offering access to higher levels networking while highlighting delivering of real outcomes and the opportunity to become global cultural. The Figos-Lalji Institute for Africa is committed to platforming. It is also a space. So the aim of the Beyond Being Symposium is also an exercise in the African Symposium and further offering access to higher levels networking while highlighting alumni network. We now have over 800 the Figos-Lalji 800 graduates alumni committed networking and serves as ambassadors. Beyond Being Symposium is also an exercise in the friendship and I lead the Africa Trade Policy Program alumni, which is aimed at carrying out cutting-edge research into the role of trade and the Figos-Lalji 800 graduates alumni. Our publications include how Africa trades, Beyond Being Symposium program exercise in the friendship and then this year, just a few weeks ago, we released how Africa is aimed at carrying out cutting-edge focuses on trade and security. Over 800 graduates also published our publications include how Africa and this year also we published the first edition of the Trade Inquiry. So then this year, just a few weeks ago, and this release an annual series aimed at understanding the interface between trade and security, focusing on such issues as carbon energy security. And this year also, we published the first edition of the Trade Inquiry. I invite you to download the books, a lot of material, and this release and trade series aimed at understanding the interface between trade and security. It's all available focusing on such issues as the saying goes, knowledge is power. There's a good deal of knowledge that we try to provide. I invite you to download the books, a lot of material, and here let me also add and say we have the research interface on our website. It's all available in authority, focusing on such issues in the media, as the saying goes, knowledge is women, gender, there's a good deal of knowledge that we try to provide. So I invite you to download the books, a lot of material, and here let me also add and say all of the research linking on our website, impact globally, and also focusing on network media, as the saying goes, women, gender, there's a good deal of knowledge that we try to provide. So I invite you to download the books, a lot of material, and here let me also add and say before I close, let me acknowledge the EMY, impact globally, and also founded in 2016 as a women working platform. EMY stands for Organization It's a Ghanaian-based brand. Before I close, let me acknowledge the EMY impact in leadership and shaping culture across Africa. Founded in 2016 as individuals and women working communities in storytelling, information, youth support. It's a Ghanaian-based partnership with Africa stem from the 2023 and shaping culture South Africa founded around now village generations which coincided with the industrialization of the EMY working now. It's a Ghanaian-based partnership establishing a platform stem from the EMY interaction young culture empower them the spotlight now village generation now revitalization movement spotlighting young achievers. It's a Ghanaian disease generation inspiring establishing a platform stem from the EMY interaction young culture empower them the spotlight now provides generation now revitalization funding spotlighting young achievers and education disease. A lot of these things are inspiring correlation with what we're trying to achieve through our program EMY leadership which as I said is our network generation now funding unleash Africa's teachings of institution. A lot of these things forum examples of what we're trying to achieve here intersect with the EMY leadership which as I said is our network. Before I close, let me also just mention that in addition to African leadership, also in addition to research forums, we host, we organize, I should say, the annual African Summit, which is organized by African students. Before I close, let me also just mention key themes in addition to that impact leadership, as well as forums that we intersect with global organizations. The annual so I do invite you, which is look out for the next edition of the Africa Summit, that impact leadership. I should also mention that we have Africa Telescope, global organizations. The annual so I do invite you a platform short pieces edition of the Africa Summit that can impact also impact. I should also mention that we have leadership. We do have the Africa Credible leadership of 40,000 annual so I do invite you a platform short website edition of the Africa Summit. So a quick way to get your ideas out. I should also mention that we do have the Africa Credible leadership of 40,000 and we do have that can help short people website. So a quick way to get your ideas out. So let me end by just mentioning that the key sessions today deal flow for scaling lectures that can help short people website. Another one is policy in action for reform. So a quick way to get your ideas out. Proof culture. So let me end by just mentioning the key sessions today deal flow and then from people scaling for lectures that can help short people website. Another one is policy in action for reform. So a quick way to get each program out that we have proof help everyone here. So let me end by just mentioning the key session hours today related to go on and then from people scaling for lectures that can help society. So I do wish you all very another one is policy in action for reform. So a quick way to get each program out that we have proof help everyone here. So let me end by just mentioning empowered to be motivated to go on and then from people skilling great things. So I do wish you all a very another one is policy in Africa reform. So a quick way to do
Thank you so much, Professor David Luke, and thank you for so many of the key points you raised there. Evolution and evolving growth are some of the key things that we're looking at today. And EMY have also gone through their own adaptations and transformations as they have evolved. They've gone from celebrating the exclusive Man of the Year, Professor David will be celebrating in just a moment. Thank you for so many of the key points really looking at how we can evolve and growth are some of the key things that we're looking at today. And EMY have also gone through their own adaptations and transformations as they evolve, motivate and yield moving forward. And so the focus shifts exclusive Man of the Year, opening up the words and just EMY working points and looking at how interesting and exciting things. But first, let's hear from our Man of the Year, Dr. James Orleans adaptations and transformations as they evolve, motivate and yield moving forward. And so the focus shifts. Dr. Orleans is a real estate mogul and executive chairman of JL Holdings, interesting and exciting things, with interests spanning real estate, hospitality and construction materials. He is the Chancellor of Cape Coast University of Ghana, and he transformed one of Accra's largest real estate mogul into a thriving residential community. His life's work has been with interest spanning real estate, hospitality and construction. His approach to business is the philanthropy and hospitality, I think we're really going to be exploring today. Place and community transformed one of Accra's largest he was named Man of the Year in 2024. His life continues to champion innovative solutions to advance housing structure. His approach to business is the philanthropy and hospitality, I think we're really going to be exploring today. Place and community transformed one of Accra's largest he was named Man of the Year in 2024.
With this audience, many of you have dedicated your lives to building of knowledge, or you have reaped success in a variety of areas. I found inspiration in a most unlikely place, not in the corridors of power or ancient texts, but in a story told to me by my grandmother, or one of my great ancestors, the Reverend Philip Kwaku, a brilliant mind from the Gold Coast who defied all odds. At a time when few Africans were educated, he was chosen to attend Oxford University in 1796 to study theology. But instead of staying abroad, he returned home, determined to make a difference. He founded the first school in Gold Coast, the Philip Kwaku Boys School in Gold Coast, and then out of it came Philip Kwaku Girls School, and then education would spread through from my hometown of Cape Coast all the way. in the South. What Kweku's story of resilience tells us is that as Africans, we have been speaking for too long about our promise and our potential. We have some of the most educated people, some of the great minds, access to scholarship and now access to resources. Yet we continue to talk about rising to meet our potential. We appear to be paralyzed by what is and what should be, and there is a mismatch between our aspirations and our reality. For the cynics among us, we seem stuck in a perpetual cycle of lost opportunity and unfulfilled promise, with our better days appearing elusive as we watch the cycle of hope and despair repeat themselves. Yet, many of us stay in Africa, put our shoulders to the plow, determined to shape our future. We ask ourselves, what is needed now? Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have the luxury of inaction. What kind of present are we building today? Us return or stay because we know that what Africa needs are doers, not talkers. I have a 6-year-old daughter who is diamond in name and nature, who looks at me quizzically and asks the question, Papa, if you are building cities, why do others still live in slums? We know that question haunts me are doers and inspires me as well. It compels me to move beyond rhetoric, diamond in name and nature, who looks is a constant reminder that we must move from ambition to action. The question, Papa, from being hopeful building to being helpful, and ultimate make the transition. That question promises me results and inspires me. But how do we do this? It compels me. I have a good friend from a tiny island in the Caribbean. She's a constant reminder that Mrs. Julius moved from Sunderland, who is also the ambassador on being hopeful of Barbados in Ghana, and ultimate, who likes to ask me big questions. She asked me over and over again, but how do we do what this? Is the fundamental shift that Africa needs from a tiny island to break the back Caribbean challenge? I say to you now, as I often say to her, without fear of contradiction, of Barbados in Ghana, the fundamental fix that is needed in Africa is as simple as it is complex. But how Africa needs to find the courage to change our mindset, to just meet back this challenge. We need to be doers, and this involves finding the courage without changing our mindset and doing what is necessary. Fundamental spaces we live, work, and in Africa is as simple. Let me share 3 thoughts about what I believe Africa needs to find the courage, what is required to change the mindset. My first thought is that we must change the mindset that lawlessness is acceptable. I was asked recently to just give one advice to my beloved president, the affable John Mahama, and I said, in our country, Ghana, around in 24 months, and I mean it. In my country, almost all the proverbs have an underlying tone of forgiveness and pleading. When I said that on live television, I had a lot of calls from some of my mates and everything trying to say, listen, there he goes again, he wants a position and all that. But that was not it. Where I've gotten to in my life, I feel that I have to contribute. They say when a child defecates on your lap, you do not cut it off. It's a proverb in my country. When a tree is attached to a rock, it's difficult to cut down. When you buy a forest, you take all that is in there, whether good or bad. You see, so excuse to forgive. So in all this, you are constrained when you have to punish for wrongdoing that can serve as deterrent. In our part of the world, no one is standing with a machete over an official, preventing them from enforcing the planning law. Yet they will not. Why? Out of fear of retribution, fear of offending some senior person in society. If I know a lot of officials who have been threatened to be transferred whilst attempting to apply the law or applying the law. But we cannot make any progress unless we combat the prevailing sense of lawlessness in the society. That laws are on the books, not to be enforced, that the payment can be made and enforcement will disappear. That when something is done wrong, someone will come with a million ways in which to apologize. In fact, where I come from, we even have a chief at the local level whose role is just to accept apology or to give apology on private people. He's called the drum twine. So when you offend somebody, just go, Nana, please, can you basically apologize on my behalf? So we see where we're going. It's a very difficult situation and where it has to change. The second thought I have around changing the mindset is that we should value compliance and submissiveness in our people rather than disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you to a scenario that many of us, especially in Africa, will find familiar. Picture a young, brilliant professional in a meeting, brimming with innovative ideas that could transform the organization or community. They stand up to share their perspective, only to be met with raised eyebrows and dismissive wave. Why? Because in many of our cultures, age is mostly associated with knowledge, and younger voices are expected to defer to their elders. Standing up to explain yourself on a matter many times ends subordinates in trouble. It's like walking a tightrope. You risk being seen as disrespectful or overstepping your bounds. This is why I have actively encouraged people to speak up, to be leaders. If I have over 1,000 employees all the way through to the farm, to the plantation and all, and I'm pleased to tell you that at least I have about 8 people in my organization, including women, who can replace me at any moment. In fact, whilst I try to exit the organization, these 8 people are being considered. So ladies and gentlemen, we need a revolution in how we teach our children and prepare them for the workplace. Why do we value compliance over disruptive thinking? It's often the disruptive thinking that brings innovation. Why are we currently raising and educating our children not to question and to be submissive and expect them to grow up to speak truth to power in professional roles when they have never been encouraged to do so? Why bring up exceptional graduates into our businesses who wait to be told what to do next? And some who become paralyzed by a challenge, unable to figure their way out and around the box they have been placed in. We have schooled them with knowledge, but not encouraged them to be courageous and to have the grit of problem solving. My daughter Diamond proves to me every day that grit is something that should be fostered and encouraged. Recently, she stayed up an entire night alone in her room, setting up a complex railway system in her room. So determined was she to prove that she could do it, when in fact I actually, when I saw her doing that, I saw it as complex. So actually, for want of a better word, I ran away because I couldn't be of help. We must, as a society, recognize and reward leadership and result-driven individuals. My third and final thought around the mindset to be changed in Africa is that entrepreneurs should put nation before self. I have long thought that the unfinished agenda of Ghana's independence was ending tribalism and having our people putting nation above self, and therefore I have dedicated myself to being a doer, being audacious enough to put my money, resources, and influence where my mouth is and brightening my corner so that the collective light that we provide would illuminate the whole of Africa. Who will think of planting 500,000 economic trees, Cedrina, Milina, teak, to compensate for the wood I am constantly using to construct lovely homes I am doing, and in the process to ensure sustainability for our forests? why build emergency blocks for hospitals across the country and renovate others, only to see my beloved mother losing her life through the neglect in one of those particular facilities that I built, and still keep building so that others will not bear the same pain I have. In fact, if I try to narrate this story to you, it will break your heart, but that will be for another day. Why not rest on my laurels at this stage of my life and instead assume the chancellorship of a vibrant technical university with a dream of opening a new school of medicine in my hometown of Cape Coast? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I give all these examples to show you what one determined individual can do. Imagine a movement of doers being created across Africa, bound by one single common unifying thread, and to tear down any barrier that slows us, every obstacle that holds us back. I have received numerous awards for my transformative nature, over 15 awards. And why EMY Africas has meant so much to me is what it stands for, recognizing those among us with the audacity to do. Barack Obama talks about the audacity of hope. I call for the audacity to do. Therefore, in that vein, and having the audacity to do, I wish to announce that the university that I have the honor of being the chancellor, the Cape Coast Technical University, will be launching an initiative that no other technical university has done, under the distinguished guidance of Harold Amonu Kofi, the distinguished professor of medicine, and my vice chancellor, Professor Kweku Educhumbuache. We will be starting Cape Coast Technical University Medical School in the next 24 months to produce doctors and other health professionals for our region, so our facilities will be staffed and resourced at the required level. I would like to add that what even pushed us was the fact that last year 2,500 qualified students applied to the Kwame Nkrumah School of Medicine, and they took only 220. 200, less than 10%. Something needs to be done. Again, I am the president of the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, the biggest grouping of top real estate developers in Ghana. And I have decided to do a 15-minute urban city starting next September 2026 in Accra. This simply is a city where everything from workplace, banking, hospitals, and restaurants, among other amenities, are within a 15-minute bike ride. It is also to cement my belief in building sustainably and promoting the green environment. As the founder and still the executive chairman of JL Plantations, these are the terms sometimes when I say still, these 8 people will come to me and say, are you planning to leave soon? We have integrated AI into our fold by investing in Irigo Optima, a Maltese digital company that assists us to forecast our water usage 3 days ahead, and which also monitors pests to prevent diseases, thus improving our yield. As the chief patron of the Cape Coast Youth Development Association, I am involved in changing the lives of many of the youth, both academic and work-related opportunities. I believe in this decade, at this moment, Africa has all that is required: the knowledge, the technology, the people, and all we need is a shift in mindset at all these levels of society. To achieve global dominance, the cumulative effect is a culture of excellence that encourages high standards, quality, and also performance. That African countries foster a culture of innovation, experimentation, and continuous improvement that supports the development of talented individuals and teams. That doers build resilient communities that invest in the youth, promote good governance, and support sustainable development. Thank you, the ambitious Kojo Sobo and his brother, lawyer Chris Sobo, the board of EMY Africa, for being the continent's leading platform and bringing together leaders, change makers, and recognizing the excellent requirement for Africa's place to be cemented in the global arena. EMY is not satisfied with empty platitudes, but the organization is intentional and willful about recognizing and rewarding the values that shape the future. My simple message to those gathered here this afternoon, is that Africa needs doers, not talkers. But then you always have to have your eye on the ball. But then you must have a ball first. And at this moment, I will be talking about my country, Ghana. Your ball is Ghana, and you have to have your ball on Ghana for investment. If each and every person has the audacity to do what is required to change the mindset, if each of us choose to put country before self, by doing rather than talking, we can more than rise. We will dominate the century in Africa. I have here my senior and the person I took over, Mr. Alexander here. He always creates a difficult situation for me to follow when he became Man of the Year. He did so many things. Now, as past Man of the Year, he's out at every function. So I can promise him that whilst I reluctantly move towards exiting, because it's a nice situation being Man of the Year, but I have to go anyway. So once I promise him and the entire board that I would definitely follow the footstep and then help us push EMY forward. Thank you, Kofi Ashabo, Mr. Maful, Nana Owusu Afriye, Bob, the Reverend Bob Owusu, and the rest. I can't mention everybody, but I'm touched by your presence. These are people I've been with 40-something years and stopped everything to come. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I think we all took so much away from the words that we've all just heard, and also leads us into the following on conversations that we're going to be having today. Could I invite those who are on the panel with Professor Jibril Fall to come forward and sit in the front, because we will be doing a swift change. So if you are in the panel, Angela, could I? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so next, I'm looking forward to the next section because I have the opportunity to have a fireside chat with Mr. Alex Dade, who is a Ghanaian business leader and executive chairman of the KGL Group, a technology-driven conglomerate operating across fintech, logistics, and digital commerce. He has over 25 years of experience across global markets. And Mr. Dade is a strong advocate for public-private partnerships as a vehicle for national development. He serves as chairman of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC's governing board, and was honored, as was just mentioned, as Man of the Year in 2023 EMY Africa's awards. His work bridges the diaspora and the continent and blends innovation, investment, and policy engagement to help shape Africa's economic future. So, Mr. Dade, if you'd like to go. There will be opportunities for questions, nice show-up quick questions, so please do keep hold of those. But to begin with, sir, I think it would be a benefit for all of us to have an idea of your journey and to understand, how do you view yourself?
First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to the organizers, Kojo and Co. You've done a wonderful job, and I'm proud of what you've done. I think last year I was here, so it's become home. Speaking about my journey, I can't speak about my journey without mentioning the fact that I'm a strong advocate of diaspora and inclusion, and I think we would come to that. My journey started from the UK, because I migrated straight from Ghana to the UK 39 years ago. And I look at myself as I'm a British Ghanaian, put it that way, a dual citizen. I'm also a dual resident, because I've been resident in the UK for 39 years, but I've been resident in Ghana since birth. So I've got those dual residency. And I say that because to trace the journey of how far we've come, I've got to look at my journey from the UK. When we came to the UK about 39 years ago, we were about the generation of Africans that migrated to the UK before then. Most of them weren't in professional jobs in that. So we were one of the first generation, or we were the generation that brought in some professionalism. We were the generation that worked at the highest level, worked in the city, well educated. So our children came in. It wasn't cool when we came in to be African. Right. You had to hide to be an African. So we were the generation that put Africa on the map, educated our children very well, and that was a generation. And yes, that also sets the tone for us to do a lot in Africa. Myself, like I've just mentioned, worked at a very, very high level, 11 years in corporate UK, and the other years running my own company, employed about 100 people here, still have my companies here. But during that period, I also had a dream of going back home. Mm-hmm. So I was responsible, when I worked in corporate UK, I was responsible for 20 countries. I was a director in charge of export for those 20 countries, and I ensured that wherever my work took me, it took me also to Africa. So the bond between myself and Africa was there. So I want to trace what I've done, and most of what people like myself used to do as the bridge, and continue to be the bridge between the host country, which is the UK, mm-hmm. and our home countries. So that's how the journey started.
So can I ask a bit there? So from that initial experience, because there's a lot of drivers for those in the diaspora who want to start a business, build their own empires on the continent. What experience did being in the UK help and prepare you for the amazing work that you've done on the continent? And also, what were some of the challenges or the unexpected realities when you started to develop your work in Ghana?
I think I was clear in what I wanted to do, and that's why most of my work I tried to get into Africa. In those days, in the 90s, from our base in the UK, we funded a lot of initiatives a lot of companies in Africa. Ghana was the rising star then of Africa. I had gone through a structural adjustment program, and those of us in the UK who were also in the financial services and that used to back, because not a lot of banks here would take letters of credit from Ghana from here. We would guarantee those letters of credit or confirm those letters of credit from Ghana. Most of their institutions we funded. We had companies like GNTs, we had the private sector. So we gained a bit of experience doing that, and not only myself, but I'm sure quite a lot of people did. So about 10 years ago, I decided then to replicate what we've been doing in the UK back in Ghana.
Right.
So yes, there was the preparation to get back. And Dr. Lindsay said one thing, he said, brighten the corner where you are. We found ourselves in the UK, and we had to brighten that corner of the UK in order to go back. So the preparation, there are a lot of people listening and also in this room, right, who are based in the UK. Your base in the UK you shouldn't take for granted, because this is the preparation for going back. So we were clear in what we wanted to do, even though we were based here, that one day we would return to Africa. And so there was a roadmap of what we wanted to do.
That's great. So a roadmap, a clear vision of what you wanted to work towards, and then taking the experience from what was developed. And so scaling up your business and your workforce, developing a strong workforce that didn't need your presence there all the time. How did you manage to do that? How did you manage to get that commitment from your staff to be able to enable you to do that?
I think in order to do that, you have to establish what you want to do. It was clear what I wanted to do from the beginning, going back to Africa, because I had seen a lot of multinationals work in my country, repatriating money back and that. And I believe that the only way to build Africa and to build Ghana is through transgenerational businesses. How do you create a transgenerational business? So we were clear in our mind what we wanted to do. At the heart of what we wanted to do in creating these transgenerational businesses were two things: good corporate governance and good corporate citizenship. So how do you create good corporate governance? You asked me about the staff and that, right?
Yes.
So we've been in the UK, we know what corporate governance looks like. So we set out, we got into Ghana. Our motivation is not to make money. Our motivation is to go by the vision. And going by the vision, yes, you will make money, but you set out to create these structures that would outlive founders like myself. In doing that, that's where you have the motivation to also encourage, mentor the staff, and so we set out to do all these things. And I also started off by wanting to have most of our staff being Ghanaian. Yes, sometimes there are a few that you would bring in from outside. But we did that by also creating a culture, because it should reflect who the leader is. So my organization reflects who I am, the staff that we have in there, the training that we give them, the ethos, the ethics, the vision, the everything about the company is a reflection of what I stand for. So I believe that when you do that, it's pretty easy.
I think that's quite an interesting point, an important point that you've made there. And as you're in the UK, you're one of the top 1% earners. So obviously your work and being able to gain a strong income is consistent with how you've lived your life. But having your business based on values and a vision seems to be something that perhaps not all entrepreneurs hold as the focus. How important would you place that as a motivator for those who want to create a business, want to look at you and want to emulate you?
I think it's what we want to do. Like I set out, our vision is not about money. It's about a vision to create a transgenerational thing. And that is why I went back to Africa. Like you said, being in England, one of the highest earners in England in corporate, and also being self-employed in England, I still enjoy that. I enjoyed all the trappings of England. Lived in, still that's in one of the best areas in the place. Children went to private schools from a very young age, which means, but my first son is 29. So back about 25 years ago, they were in private schools. I've got 3 and that. So it's one that, to tell the story from that side is easier, because you've worked in the highest level. You are not, sometimes there's a perception that you were struggling in England and you come to Ghana and that. But no, you've decided purposefully to come to Ghana. So why have you left all these things to come to Ghana? Come to Ghana to create the Africa that we believe we should have. And come back to your question. What was the question again?
It was what should be, well, you've pretty much said it. What should be the key focus thing for any entrepreneur or person thinking of wanting to set up in an African country or somewhere else? And it seems like it's vision and just being really intentional about.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the vision is clear. Yes, there are challenges, but for us, challenges are opportunities. Arthur said, Dr. Lindsay said one thing which I was going to mention, is a mindset. What we suffer in Africa is a mindset. And I was going to talk about that. It's good that he said that. And I was going to borrow from Bob Marley's song, emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
Yes.
The problem in Africa is it's not because we have people like myself, there are a few people in the audience, Dr. Lindsay. We have the seed to succeed, which is us, but we don't have the soil. The soil is not very fertile. And to borrow from my friend Vosi, who spoke about this a few months ago, right? The soil is not fertile. Planting a seed like myself, how did I do well in the UK? Because the soil was fertile. Transplant that seed into Ghana, and it's a very different soil. What is the soil in Ghana? The mindset of the people. You mentioned that I'm an advocate of diaspora. I'm an advocate of public-private partnerships. Yes, these public-private partnerships, how to structure them with a mindset of people who don't believe in enterprise, a populace that doesn't really believe in enterprise, believe in the government holding the commanding heights of the economy and giving to them, rather than the private sector doing that. So that mindset has to be renewed. A mindset of, if I took my country, Ghana, shocking. When you wake up in the morning, it's talking. Most of the people are on stations talking. The doers are a few. And you know what the talkers are doing? The talkers are criticizing the doers. Very strange. And I heard, I tuned into one of these stations and I heard one of these, they were talking about me. That guy, he came to Ghana not very long ago and he's made a lot of money and that. How did he make the money? And he was questioning, he didn't know any background, and he was questioning. And one other guy said, the guy speaking was negative, and the other guy said, oh, I want to know where he is so I can find out from him how he made the money. Right. So this is the positive side of someone who wanted, but we don't have a lot of those ones who want to go to Dr. Lindsay and say, hey, how did you make that money? Teach me how to make the money. So there's that mindset that I think we have to renew that mindset.
And I think that's perfect, because I'm sure this is a room full of doers and you have some questions and you want to ask how. So do we have any questions at this moment? We have a question over here. Do we have any others? Okay, if we could get a mic, please, down to this gentleman. And again, I'm just going to remind you, we have about 10 minutes for questions. So please let them be succinct, short, and to the point so we can get through as many as possible.
Thank you. My name is Coyote. So my name is Coyote Adini, and I'm a postgraduate student here at the London School of Economics, studying digital innovation. And I'm from Nigeria. So you mentioned the thing about while you were here, you had a roadmap in mind. And now you use the analogy of seed and the soil. Now it's 2025. I'm wrapping up my program now. There are offers a bit, but how do you think we should be thinking about that?
There's what?
Like I said, that it's 2025 right now. How should we, young people, be thinking about having a roadmap in mind and having it also that we have to consider the soil and, of course, the seed that we are.
Is there any other question right now? We have a question. Bifan, yes. So we've got, I'll take, yes. So can I get one more question here at the front? And then I'll take, sorry, right at the front here. Yeah, I saw you, but it's 1, 2, and then I'll come to you on the next round. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, I think that you have talked about this before to me when you visited me in the house the last time. But for the audience, I would like to ask you. You have many times you are being criticized that you've taken everything for yourself, you've taken the space, you've taken the lottery space, and they don't know the kind of work you've put in. For those here, I want you to say something to encourage them that when they come back to Ghana, in all this, what they should do to face the system. Because you get a lot of, apart from you doing all these philanthropic things and into sports and everything, all they talk about is the money you are making. I know you've made a lot of money, but...
Thank you. And then we just have this gentleman, the mic's behind you, just behind you. And can you say your name and then your question?
Hi, my name is... Sorry. So my name is Michael Houston. I'm a financial risk manager for hedge fund here. So Ghana literally changed my life, actually. I'm from Caribbean. I grew up in Caribbean. And recently I've been to Ghana and everything changed. Literally, this country taught me a lot about my own history as a Caribbean person. So I decided to embark a journey of giving back to Ghana. And the question I have for you is, how do you help people like me to create growth in Ghana, but in an effective way, knowing that we're not from there? And then, do you have like networks? Do you have things for the diaspora to get back and to constructively help bringing wealth in Ghana? Because I definitely think that even from the Caribbean or Black Americans, we have so much in common and we have so much to do. And when we partner positively, it creates an amazing financial dynamic for everyone, actually. So that's my question.
Thank you. Great question. So we're just going to capture these. I'm glad this is what happens. I ask everybody to be quick, you ignore me, and then everybody has the questions. We'll get to you hopefully in the second round. So we have, how can young people build their blueprint for their future after graduation and so on? How can people prepare themselves to face the system in Ghana or in Africa generally? And then how can interested people, no matter their background, invest in Ghana? And maybe that's even a good question for EMY Africa, but we'll hear what...
Yeah, I think to answer yours quite simple. If you intend to go back to Nigeria, you have to build the relationships. But as you can remember, what I did was at a very early stage, because when I migrated to the UK, I just left the university, I was 24. I got into corporate UK, but started building the relationships back home. Yeah, the soil, if people like us could succeed, you would succeed there. You find a portion of the soil that is fertile and you plant your seed. You plant your seed there, and that's basically what we did. We found a fertile part of the soil and we planted our seed. To answer Dr. Lindsay's as well, we do a lot in this space, like he said. I said I was an advocate of public-private partnerships, which means that we do a lot of partnerships with the state sector. One of the very successful ones that we've done is the national lotteries. We don't only do it in Ghana, we do it in 6 African countries. And that would lead to, I'll answer another question, which I was just asking myself that question, right? We have a lot of turbulence in countries like Ghana, where you work with state enterprise. And I trace that history from our own history. Growing up, Ghana wanted to build a hydroelectric hydro dam, and they didn't find the money to do it. So they did a contract. They had to do a contract because the company that was coming in was Kaiser, which they had to get an off-taker for 95% of the power, otherwise that wouldn't happen. So they had to do a deal with Kaiser to build Valco. And Kaiser was taking 95% of that power. And the whole of the West Africa, Ghana and the other West African states were taking only 5% power. So they did a deal, and Kaiser came in from the US. The only aluminium smelter in Africa was paying peanuts for the power. But if they didn't pay that, right, you couldn't build a smelter. And about 10 years into that contract, Ghana complained. Everybody was complaining about how Kaiser was paying for cheap electricity, not knowing that that made the dam possible. So then Kaiser decided to leave. But after a while, they increased it and Kaiser decided to leave. That VALCO still stands in Ghana, and basically that is to answer the question that structuring these public-private partnerships are very, very dicey in places like Ghana. And I was telling my colleague that if you deal with a public sector organization that has totally collapsed, you take over, revamp that organization, right? You have that turbulence forever, because there are political interference, governments come in and out. And when you take the national lottery thing that you were talking about, for example, we got in, it's a loss-making organization. I have built the digital ecosystem of the whole thing. So I hold the key to that. But you get the public come in and say, oh, how did they come in? How did they do this and that? Not realize 95% of their revenue or more comes from ourselves within a very short period. We do the same thing in other African countries without turbulence. Why do we do that? Africa has, and then I thought that it was because we welcome foreigners better than we do, because there's a perception that governments come in and they want to collapse, political players come in and they want to collapse Ghanaian companies, because when they do that, right, maybe you belong to one side or you fund one part. But I also realized that in other countries that we deal with, we deal in Nigeria, we do the same thing, exactly the same thing. We run the Cote d'Ivoire system, which is even far better than what we do. We do better in Cote d'Ivoire than we do in Ghana. And I realized I don't know the president of Cote d'Ivoire. I don't know any political actors. Then I sat down only this week and asked myself, why do foreigners, political actors in my country don't attack foreigners, but they attack our own operators? But we don't have that in Cote d'Ivoire. Then I thought, maybe in Cote d'Ivoire, because I'm a foreign company operating there, I'm a foreigner, yes. So they might not attack me, but they might be attacking their own for fear that they would. So then I thought the AFCFTA, which is the Continental Free Trade thing, might be a good thing of raising this thing, because we are getting into Kenya and that. But because we are no threat to the governments there, because we are foreign, we are left to do our own thing. Yeah. So those are some of the things that you come across when you are dealing with the public sector. And your question about what you can do, I happen to be the chairperson or chairman of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center until the beginning of this year. I served on the board as well for 8 years. That's an organization responsible for bringing foreign trade into Ghana, and that there are a lot of, you contact them, there are a lot of incentives that you get coming in as a foreign. There's a lot of help. They walk you through that. And there's also private sector operators like ourselves. Basically, the success of my organization has been through partnerships, acquisitions, and that. But most important is through relationships. Most of the people I deal with now are people I made those relationships now. 30 years relationships I deal with. So don't play with the relationships that you make now, especially in the university. Whilst you are here, you might find friends that you deal with. One thing that is also very lacking in our system is what I would call the trust architecture. This is trust architecture, right? Where the economy, most economies depend on trust. We have won because we are probably one of the most trustworthy companies there, learning from the UK, because when you don't have any, when you're not trustworthy, creditworthy depends on, trustworthy depends on also creditworthiness. And if you don't have that, you don't have anything. That's one thing you learn from here. And when you get back to Africa and you apply those things, you'll probably be one of the only companies that are trustworthy, that are compliant. I'll probably want to touch a bit on compliance, but let's...
Okay, so I'm just going to take 2 more questions. Sorry, this side, we've heard from you. I'm going to take you in front of me. And is there anybody on this side who has a question? Okay, so then, no, we've been to this side. And so there was, yourself, and that'll be our last questions for this round.
Thank you.
So please keep them very concise,
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Khadija Owusu. I'm a British Ghanaian medical doctor, but also the founder of Akaya. Not necessarily a question, but just a thank you. So the Akaya Foundation is actually one of the partners of the KGL Foundation. And I just want to say a huge thank you to yourself, Mr. Alex Dade, and to Elliot as well for the amazing partnership and sponsorship that you serve tons of organizations across Ghana, not just my own Akaya. You're literally changing lives, saving lives every single day. So a huge thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So if I can have yourself, and then I can have a quick question from you, because you asked earlier. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to commend you, sir, first of all, for taking back your skills, your expertise, your values back to Africa to grow and build Africa. So my question is this: have you been able to get your kids, your children, to have this same mindset?
Perfect.
And then for us immigrant parents, this guy sitting next to me happened to be my children. So I want to know, how do I get them to have that mindset? Because one minute they think they want to go back to Africa to take over the family business, the next minute they don't want to go back. So I just want to know, how do you get to instill these values in your children? So that, because I know in your generation it's happening, my generation it's happening, but this generation we're not sure.
Thank you.
How do we help them?
That's a great question. I actually wanted to bring that in, so thank you for that. And yourself, sir, very quickly. Don't wait for a mic.
Okay.
Email.
Hi, well, my name is Norman. I'm a filmmaker, broadcaster. I'm also qualified English lawyer. Wait for the mic, please. Oh, what?
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I'll go again. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. To the question.
I'll do it again. Thank you. To the question. So you've spoken lots about transgenerational businesses. So you're part of the generation that built those infrastructures. How did you manage to push through in those dark days, challenges from the 90s to now? What inspired you to keep going, and what advice would you give in the dark times that, say, my generation faced, who were younger, to keep pushing through those adversities and issues that we might face?
Thank you very much, Norman. Those are two really great questions, so thank you both for those.
Right. I think the speaker acknowledged my son when she mentioned Elliot. Elliot is my son, who runs the foundation, like I said, in that space of corporate social responsibility. We just give because that's what we believe has to be done. We do so much in this space. I woke up a couple of days back, and I was lying in bed. I had an email from someone I didn't know, from Leeds University, and said she's supposed to be graduating on the 23rd of July, and she was on Ghana government scholarship, and they had paid, and she was left with £5,700 to pay, and they wouldn't allow her, and that. So she went on and on. So I sent her a thing that she should send me the details and that. So we cleared that. I went to the office, passed it on to Elliot and Co. to clear that. I don't know her. But these are things that we do. We give so much scholarships. We do so much in the space.
Through the foundation.
Through the foundation. So thank you for acknowledging that. And to answer your question, my son Elliot runs it. Elliot, born and bred here, like I mentioned, just like your children, did his master's. He actually attended Queen Mary's and did a master's in University of London Institute in Paris. So my second one, my daughter as well, Charlotte, I've got 3. Charlotte also did Queen Mary's and did UCL masters. She's only 24. So, and I can tell you that I'm traveling back on Monday with 3 of them, including my director, Ben, and a few other. They are going back. I have 7 companies within the group, and they are partaking in this. They gave the same excuses. They didn't want to do this and that, and they want to stay here and do this and that. But I brought them up with the little money I was making here, right? And I think I told them one thing, that, and they come up with the stories. They don't want to be trust fund kids, and you know how they think, and they don't want to get involved. They want to spend the money, but they don't want to get involved. But I have also brought them up to think that failure is not being able to sustain what was given to you. And I told them for each he gave a talent. For some he gave 1, others he gave 10, others 20. They probably received 20. So what did they do with the 20? So that's what I'll say to your children, that what mom and dad get into, you have to ensure that you double that. So yes, they are involved in the companies, they act as directors of the company, Elliot is in Ghana running the foundation, and I'm glad to say that he's been doing that for the last 4 years, and he's doing an amazing job. Anyone can go in and Google what KGL Foundation is doing. We're building hospitals. We're building the only mental hospital north of the country with the Santihini in Kumasi. We're giving a lot of scholarships and that. So he's doing a wonderful job, and I give them a free hand to also do that.
And then the final question, which was, how did you weather the dark days as you were building and turning your business into a transgenerational empire, really?
I think we continue to do that. For me, I chose a different path to do that, like I said. Especially in tech, the roots in tech tends to be very different. We needed the investment in human resource, which we had partners, and like I said, my growth is fueled with partnerships, acquisitions, and that. So those are how we played it. So you don't need that much in terms of huge capital outlay to do that. What you need is the technology that drives it, which basically we had from here, and we transplanted that back into Ghana.
Okay.
In terms of funding and that, we have built a credibility back in the UK, and I still do all international banks. And that is one thing that you have in this room to build the credibility here. Back in Ghana, you need solid cash. I could probably raise money here cheaper than the Ghana government, and probably more than the Ghana government, because of the credibility that I built here running my businesses and the connections in the financial markets, which you as a young person growing up here would have the same opportunity as I had, building that the credibility and my credit worthiness.
Thank you so much. I think the consistent thing across has been credibility, relationships, and partnerships, and fostering and nurturing those over time. It's not a quick fix situation. Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Dara, do you wanted to say something? That's my director.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, you have a mic.
Would it be able to be a statement more than a question? I'm so sorry, it's just our timing is a bit. But here's the mic, sir.
At the back of the lady's question about... Oh, thank you very much. My name is Bernardo Wusu. At the back of the lady's question about children going to Africa, there's always been a perception that those from the diaspora look down upon those in our original countries. How do you, or what advice would you give to the young ones about cultural transition and what they have to learn to also understand the cultural ethos of Ghana? For example, here when it rains, I'll go to work. In Ghana, when it rains, most people will not go to work. And there's a reason. Not because they are lazy, because it's torrential rain. So these are some of the cultural transition that people have to learn. But I think you must touch on it. There's something I want to add. In 2017, this man, together with others, organized and took to Ghana the biggest collection of Ghanaian diaspora ever in Ghana. We took almost about 40,000 people from across the globe. And as we speak, most people have settled as a result of the work it did for the diaspora. And I think we must be grateful to the work you've done.
So if this could be both your final comment and an answer, that would be amazing.
I think I've always made that point. I was in the essay last week on a Standard Bank thing, and the room was filled with talking and that, and I said the diaspora is our greatest asset, resource in Africa. The diaspora is, give me about 5 minutes to dwell on that. The diaspora is because I worked with GIP to bring in FDI. FDI and official development aid to Africa accounts to about 40 billion now. Remittances is 120 billion. Right? It shows you the scale what we need to do with our diaspora. So yes, there are policies that are being implemented to bring the diasporans in. Bernard talks about the culture. The culture is what you have to also overcome, because myself, having lived here as well for a very long time, I can't think like a typical Ghanaian. How does a typical African, how does a typical African think, someone will say? They think like they've lived there because that's how their mentality. So my thinking is between Ghana and the UK and that. So when you go back, right, you have to navigate that. Mm-hmm. You have to navigate that. Sometimes some of us go back and sound too arrogant and say, oh no, the buses don't come on time here, this place is dirty and that and that. We went back thinking that we accept that we didn't leave those ones behind to sweep the roads and make the place better. We went back to say, look, we've gone back to learn alternative ways of doing things. Now we've come to help. You've been here. Yes, there's a broken system. But when we were leaving, we knew it was a broken system. So now we've gone back and we are criticizing those who have been trying to mend that system and telling them that you're not good enough. We lived in London and we did this in New York and that, right? So we got to work with them, right, as partners in building this space. That's what otherwise you get frustrated, because I used to go and sit in people's offices for 4 hours. Mm-hmm. You don't do that in Ghana. No one does that in my office. You go by an appointment, whether you're a cleaner or you are the highest person, you have an appointment at 4 o'clock. Within 5 minutes, you'll be seen. But the system there is, you can wait for 4 hours. It doesn't matter who you are. A minister will come in and say, oh, I have an appointment at the presidency, and leave you there. But that's their system. So you have to be prepared to work that system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So as we make a quick transition on the stage area, thank you. Schedule for the remainder of the day. Let me just say, okay. And so we're going to have the next panel now, and then we will have lunch and then go on with the rest of the program. So please do bear with us, and apologies for the late running, and thank you for your patience. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. It takes 2 seconds. It's just to adjust. Okay. All right. Okay, so our next panel is going to be... Oh. Thank you very much. Our next panel will be looking at policy in action, homegrown reform and diaspora collaborations. On that panel, we have UK Member of Parliament, Belrabira Ade. Okay. Representative from Visit Rwanda, Fred Rugamba. CEO from Masang, Dr. Guy Kioni. And our moderator, Professor Jibril Fowl. It's on the table. In practice at LSE. He is the founder of Remit Aid, co-founder of GK Partners, and has advised international institutions and governments on sustainable development, diaspora finance, and migration policy. He was awarded an OBE for services to international development, and most importantly, he has been my mentor for many years. So it's a great pleasure to hand the panel over to Professor Jibril Fowl. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the sound on now?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me. Okay, thank you very much. We're very honored and privileged to be here and to hear from the former and current man of the year, EMY Man of the Year. I think the discussion helps us get into some of the connection between the practice, policy, and diaspora. So the stage is set for that. We are pleased to have in this panel the honorable member for Clapham and Brixton Hill, that's Belle Ribeiro Ade. We also have Dr. Guy Kione. By the way, I'll do nationality. Yeah? The Ghanaians, part of the early afternoon, it was Ghana. Yeah? And Ghana is still going on, because, you know, I can pass for a Kumasi man, can't I? But I'm from Gambia. Of course, the Belle is Ghana diaspora. She's amongst the leaders of the Ghanaian diaspora here in England, United Kingdom. We have Dr. Guy Kione is DRC, and he is a geostrategist and advisor transforming technology, policy, diplomacy, and he's the Critical Minerals Fellow at the Cambridge Middle East and North Africa Forum. We also have Fred Rugamba. Fred is a diplomat with the government of Rwanda in the Embassy High Commission here, and he's responsible for policy, diaspora engagement, and Visit Rwanda. We all remember in the UK a few years ago when Visit Rwanda signed a deal with Arsenal, and big money, and we saw the payoff, and of course we heard the controversies at the time as well. This discussion, we've asked August panelists to give us some insight based on the background of the work they've done, mainly focusing on the practicalities of optimizing the benefits of that nexus of policy, reform, which is clearly needed, we've heard from our leaders, action, and where they sit in this diaspora. So we'll start, I think we'll finish at the hour. It is now, we have about 45 minutes. So we'll start by hearing from them for 4 to 5 minutes about their reflections on this. I would ask them some follow-up questions, and we'll have chance to hear from the audience. Honorable, we start with you, and I wanted to highlight in you addressing us this sort of problematic area that, as a member of parliament, here in the UK, big responsibility, you are central to UK government. And then you have this other part of your life, diaspora, and the potential frictions and advantages. Until last week, you were the UK trade envoy to Ghana, doing brilliant work that people have seen, and you no longer are. Yeah. So that hints to some of these sort of dual element to where you are sitting. If you can kindly reflect on that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation today. I'm very pleased to be here. As you've heard, I'm of Ghanaian heritage, and I think for that reason, I kind of sit on intersection of what I see as two different realities. You've got my heritage, which is very, very important to me, and I also represent a diverse constituency, and you've got the need for, and the pressing demand actually, for change across the continent, and then you can see the vastly, I think, underutilised resources of the diaspora. You heard on the last panel just how much comes in remittances to Africa. Last year it was 95 billion, this year 120 billion, and what we have to realise is that is more than all foreign direct investment and aid combined. Mm-hmm. And you know, we criticise governance. Well, I certainly criticise governance here. That's how I ended up with not in my role anymore. But I'm still proud to be able to chair the all-party parliamentary group for Ghana, which focuses on a variety of things from trade, and actually quite heavily on the diaspora. But we criticise governance there, and we criticise governance across the African continent. But we have to remember that a lot of the systems that African countries inherited at independence weren't actually designed to serve them, because it was still meant to be in that neo-colonial way one of extraction. So when we talk about this idea of governance, we need to talk about, I suppose, complete transformation, undoing those legacies and building systems that are responsive and inclusive. And I'm really pleased to see that there is a slightly new attitude from the UK. And I think governments around the world, as they look towards Africa, are realising that it has to be one that's one of partnership. We can't look down on the continent in the way that we have before, because people simply aren't going to take that anymore. And that's very key. And so, for example, I'm thinking about the APPG and how, obviously, we're talking about trade, we're talking about realising the way in which people do international development, but it's important to facilitate that real political dialogue and centre justice. And I suppose in my work as a Member of Parliament for the UK, and obviously I represent a UK constituency, it's about bringing that element of having a very different view of the diaspora, having a different view because of my heritage, and putting that out there as opposed to very, very negative connotations. And looking at all of the different issues that actually we here in the UK and other Western countries have impacted directly in terms of things like climate and infrastructure, and also really trying to stress upon people when we're looking at moving across moving from place to place, that in a few decades, not long from now, in this country we're going to have over 1 in 4 people who are going to be over 65. And then the African continent is going to hold 50% of all of the young people in the world. So youth empowerment is extremely important, and we need to start looking towards the continent. And I think Ghana is a key place to do this, just 6 hours away and directly underneath us in the same time zone, in a completely different way, because we are going to need the continent, not in the extractive way we needed it before, but we're going to need the continent in a variety of ways. So, yes, I can see the differences. So, for example, I will put out stuff about Ghana or the black community, and you'll see some very horrible Twitter trolls saying to me, why don't you go and be an MP in Africa, go back to Africa, though there's really, really horrible kind of racist narratives, and those do very much exist. But I think it's important as somebody from the diaspora in a position of power to help try and influence the idea and the direction that the UK government has towards countries like Ghana and Ghana in particular, but also to make the diaspora realise the benefits of working across both. But one of the key things I do like to impress on the diaspora, and I'll end with that, is that this idea, we learn this mindset when we live here, when we study here, that we are better. And I think it's really damaging. We can say, no, that's not true. I've never thought that. But some of the way we talk about Ghana when we go, that they should be doing things like this, they should be doing things like that. This is like this and this is like that. And people talk about going back to, sometimes they use the word help, but they use it in a very kind of negative way, that they need to go to Ghana and show people how to do things. And I don't think that's the case. I believe in working in partnership and also understanding there's a reason why things are that way, and it was by design. So when we go, I want us to not look down, or actually be more conscious of the fact that we could probably be doing it and not knowing it. No one needs your help on the continent, but they could very much do with your partnership.
Thank you for the statement. Now, I would ask my follow-up question, not for you to answer now, but for you to think about. You've stated in 2 ways that effectively the system is stacked against us, Africa. It was not designed for us. But most of Africans now were born post-independent. And all of the failures they know, they have known it post-independent. Can we still be using that as a good reason? So that's what I want you to think of when we come back. Guy, I want to ask you, especially you work in an area about resources critical minerals, and you're from DRC, which the whole world knows in terms of its resource, the richness and the difficulties that has brought it. What are your reflections on this intersectionality of policy, diaspora, collaboration to get the best for Africa? Over to you.
No, thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much, ME Africa, for inviting me to this event. The question is very pertinent in the sense that, as you said, DRC owed most of the minerals that the world needs. But it's not only a story of DRC. Most African countries have resources, whether it's critical mineral, agricultural products, water, you name it. The challenge we have as Africa is that we go to the negotiating table from a position of weakness.
Right.
And that needs to change. You know, we talk a lot about African agency, reclaiming our national sovereignty, but when you look at the reform that needs to take place, one needs to understand that reform is redistribution of power. You're taking power away from someone, giving it to someone else. So, therefore, you get a lot of resistance, which are really orchestrated in a way to maintain the status quo. As you said, the current system is an extractive system inherited from the colonial power. So what we are doing at Misong is really working using digital transformation, policy advocacy, and strategic engagement. I'm just going to give you a strategic example. For the DRC, we hold 70% of cobalt and copper.
Yes.
Most of the minerals are extracted, shipped to China. And therefore, the DRC, like the rest of Africa, remains very poor. And China is being criticized as raping Africa and then indebting Africa. When in reality, is it China's fault or Africa's fault? That's a real question. Obviously, being from the UK, I'm British now, and I work a lot with the previous government and previous members of parliament, where you understand that the level of geostrategic understanding was a little bit low because they don't understand Africa. MPs don't. You do, you're from Ghana, right? But a lot of your colleagues don't.
That's true.
And therefore, unless we, the diaspora, educate our MPs, educate our ministers, they're going to vote bills and laws that are against us. So in terms of how do we then use technology, advocacy, and diplomacy, 2-3 years ago, I was in Germany at the BMW leadership. We're discussing about off-taking agreements of our minerals. The comment was very simple. We need your cobalt, but we cannot buy it from you. So, but why? Because you got women, pregnant women, kids, digging the minerals with their bare hands. The reality is they still buy it.
Yeah.
But from a different angle, right? From China when it's all mixed up. So that's where technology comes in. The blockchain that allows to trace the flow of the minerals, which gives a certain premium, that gives them, the DRC and other African countries, a leverage to be able to sell the product better. And then to conclude, what we are working on at the moment, as an example, we are working, I'm sitting on an advisory board of a company called Buenasa, and we're building the first copper and cobalt refinery.
Right.
And to mimic or to use your word, the soil is not fertile at all. We're being attacked by our own people. But when you think about it, we are redistributing the supply chain. And that's where the UK comes in.
Yeah.
The UK has a huge role to play, and we've been advocating for them to play that role.
Okay. Thank you so much, Guy. My follow-up question for you to think about is similar, because I'm still hearing this thread, which I didn't hear in the last panel, of the structural difficulties that we face. I do not deny them, but when we were still ruled, say, by the Brits, the colonialists, there were diaspora people in this very school, Nkrumah was in this very school, who said this was the problem and they overcame it. So my question to you is, taking all of those difficulties at its height, because we know it, what is it that we can do to break it? Because they will not change it for us, and we know what it is. So sort of, if I was a young person, I'd say it's enough.
It's a dead horse now. What do we do? Fred, we come to you. Specifically around engagement, we've heard about the power or the importance of the diaspora in all of this. And a country like Rwanda, many people would say it's a good example in many ways of reform in significant sectors. To what extent does that success come from engagement with the diaspora and the balancing sort of the narrative? Because also Rwanda also gets bad press and very difficult sort of geopolitical sort of issues arise in its governance. So what's your perspective and points on this? Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to say I visited Ghana a few weeks ago. So when our speakers before us was talking about different areas, I was like, oh, I know that place. So it's great to be here among this distinguished panelists, and thank you to EMY for giving Ron an opportunity to be present for this event. Now, to answer the question, I think it's Rwanda, we could say, is basically like 30 years old since the catastrophe of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. And as our president likes saying, I think what has helped us is mainly around three things, which is unity, accountability, and thinking big. And what has helped us reform to where Rwanda is today is we have to be united. If we are not united, a country can't move as fast as we want to. And with that, we've had vision. We need vision. We started in 2000 with Vision 2020. You know, back in the day, I would be like, oh, Vision 2020, that sounds so far. And we've come to that now. And now what we have is Vision 2050, but Vision 2035 is Rwanda wants to establish herself as a middle-income economy, and by Vision 2050 as a high-earning economy. Now, due to our history, there were a lot of refugees who were spread out in different parts of the world, in Europe, in Asia, in different parts of Africa, and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have a unit that specifically is in charge with diaspora. Now, due to our history, we need all our people engaged and united and in the same line as the vision we have for our country. So it is important that we engage with them wherever they are and for them to feel involved in what we are doing. And we will get into different examples, but one example I can give is we have something, we're so addicted, by the way, to homegrown solutions as Rwandans. We believe that our context is different, our history is different, and we need solutions built, that we have built to help us move forward. We can't copy things that were done in different parts of the world. Not all of them can work for us. So we're so addicted with homegrown solutions. So one homegrown solution we have is called Umushikirano. And this is where leaders all the way down from the sectors, from the ministry, and our president will come together at the end of the year. And we also invite different leaders in diaspora to attend that. And what happens there is we talk about our issues openly. No leader can hide. If you're at the district level, if you're a minister, you can't hide. We're all there, it's televised, and we talk about our issues and we talk about solutions. And if are there areas that you failed in, you're going to be called out. So Umushikirano, if you have time, read more on that, is one of the homegrown solutions we've used to help us reform and be where we are today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, for your follow-up question is the point you made about thinking big and how specifically Rwanda has succeeded and what we can learn from that. Because I do hear, I tend to remind people that the GDP of all of Africa is what, about 3.5 trillion? That's roughly the same as the GDP of the United Kingdom. Isn't that shocking? So the GDP of Germany is bigger than all of Africa put together, including our giants, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco. Ghana is in the room, so I'll add Ghana. So then, without any doubt, thinking big should be even bigger than big, isn't it? Because where we are is just so bad. So that's the follow-up question for you. I'll come back to you. Yes.
So you were asking about post-independence. I suppose can we still use it as a reason for issues? And I don't point to it as an excuse, more as an explanation.
Right.
Because what I believe is that even though these things have held us back, when I speak in Parliament about actually most countries across the continent of Africa, the Caribbean, South Asia, is that what we need to understand is that regardless of what we do to assist, these countries will rise regardless.
Yeah.
They are rising. They are some of the fastest economies in the world despite what has been done to them. And I think that we need to understand, I suppose, the context in which this happens. And I think Fred touched on it. We're not necessarily doing things in our own ways. We are still very much doing things in the ways that we're left. So I look at one example now, and I'll point to Ghana in this example. In terms of things being very extractive, we have the largest amount of gold in the world currently, and we're the largest gold producer. And so far, Ghana has never benefited from that gold in the way that it should, because we have been extracted from. Just this year, the finance minister in Ghana, the new finance minister, just put 1% tax on the gold. People were losing their minds, obviously the ones that were benefiting the most from it. And with just this 1% tax on gold, and actually sorting out some arrangements in terms of the debts that Ghana has, they have been able to turn the city into the fastest growing economy in the world. It has outcompeted the dollar. I experienced this myself when I was in Ghana, I think maybe about 6 weeks ago, something like that. All I know is that I was there for 2 weeks. When I was there at the beginning, it was 19.5 cedis to the pound. When I left, when I was meant to be buying things to bring back, it was 13.5 cedis to the pound. So I'll teach you a lesson. Bye now. But you know, there's also these other issues. There's the IMF, there's the World Trade Organization, there's the United Nations, which are meant to be global institutions, but in which African countries do not have an equal standing.
Yes.
And they never have. And the UK, for example, in terms of thinking what has been done to us, another thing that I do in Parliament is talk about reparations. I just want everyone to understand that I don't do it from a perspective of just handing over money in terms of compensation. We need to change all of these world systems. And these world systems, the ones that mean that a country like Ghana will go to a global lender and not be given the same rate in terms of interest and be treated a certain way. Meanwhile, the countries that make the rules in these institutions have extracted for them for so long. And actually the UK has significant power to actually cancel all of these debts as a form of reparations, because it has the legal jurisdiction over a lot of the global sovereign debt. So that is, I suppose, a way in which, one, we have a hangover from colonialism, but two, the way a government like our own could actually change things. So that idea of reparations is about equality, bringing all of those countries that were deliberately underdeveloped, quite deliberately, up to the same level as you know, the countries that deliberately underdeveloped them, giving them a fair chance. If we were working across an equal platform and countries across the continent were able to use their resources in the way that previous European countries have, we would see a very, very different global stage. But the problem is international regulations and all of those that hang over from colonialism are deliberately designed to keep the countries down.
Very true. Now, Guy, I would suggest you pick up from there. Although I still make this point for the audience, for the engagement, is we take all of that as true, that it's skewed against us, but we still want to win. So what is it we do to win?
We will win first.
Okay.
So what it is we need to do, we are working with our colleagues in Misong on a framework for diaspora engagements. And we coined a framework called DIPLO. D stands for diplomacy, but not the traditional diplomacy. We talked about Africa being rich in various resources. When you look at the OPEC countries, they negotiate from a position of a force because they have a block. They can control the prices. When you look at the critical minerals, for instance, you've got the DRC negotiating their own deal, you've got Zambia doing it, negotiating their own deal, Namibia, and they're all negotiating deals separately. And therefore, we are weakened. So we need to create an alliance of critical minerals, of agricultural producers, of what to produce, and stuff like that. Now the question then becomes, do we create a bloc or an alliance of countries holding the same mineral, or countries holding complementary minerals useful for the production of EV batteries or semiconductors and stuff like that? So that's the first level of the framework. Diplomacy, but a tactical and geostrategic diplomacy, which will have to be led by the public and the private sector combined. It cannot be left to the state alone. So that's one. And the diaspora has a role to play in educating and building the bridges. I stand for investments. You talked about 128 billion remittance into Africa. That's a lot of money. And I think there was a question earlier on about how do we go back and how do we contribute to the country. Nigeria is emitting a diaspora bond.
Yes.
Diaspora bonds. They've done it before successfully. 200 million oversubscribed. This one will be exactly the same. Now, what we need to consider to say, okay, right now, I send money back home, all of us certainly are sending money back home. But that money is used for food, medication, consumables. The money is not producing. The way for the money to produce is to create diaspora bonds linked to sustainability. The money has to be used for infrastructure projects which will unlock the economic development of the continent. That's where the technology comes in, because then you can use blockchain to enforce governance, you can use AI to predict risk and stuff like that. So that's where the eye of the investment comes in. P is for public. Our colleague has talked about, Visit Rwanda. The public perception is critical for Africa. We lose as a continent 4.2 billion due to perception, because when we borrow money on the international market, we borrow it at a higher rate, simply because of the perception. And the perception, when we say the winner always tells the story, right? So we need, as Africans, to start telling our own stories. And that's important. And that's me talking to my wife, who's Sicilian, is about the student talking to the teachers, but also the members of the public speaking to the parliamentarian. So that's how we start taking control of our own narrative. That's one. Secondly, is to make sure that we have in place what we call a narrative analysis on an ongoing basis. A lot is being said about Africa, which is not being monitored. And we don't have a place to counterbalance that. So that's the L. L is for learning and skills, and O, reorganization of those structures. And I think with that framework, we should be in a position to start winning.
So that's prescription diplo. Thank you very much. Fred, we're with you on the big ideas and how that can be emulated or replicated elsewhere in Africa.
I think mostly about thinking big. I think it's more about challenging each other.
Thinking and acting big.
Thinking and acting big, yes. So for example, we did mention the AFCTA, right? Why is it taking us long to implement it? Why do we continue to face hurdles every day for us Africans to be united and be able to trade amongst each other? If us Africans alone can't figure that out, and we're waiting for, I don't know which savior from which continent to come help us implement this, it's a big problem. So let's think big and act big on how we can first of all trade amongst each other. If Ghana can't trade with Nigeria, if Nigeria can't trade with Ivory Coast, I mean, what are we really doing, and what is the future for our continent? And to add on that, we're telling our diaspora to come back, but traveling to our continent is also another issue. the prices of traveling back home is an issue, right? So, for example, if I want to travel from Rwanda to go, let's say, to North Africa, I will have to travel outside Africa to a European country and then to come back to North Africa. So let's really think big on how we can solve our issues internally and not wait for other people to come solve these issues for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and I'll open it to the audience, but just noting on acting big that it almost takes courage to do some of these things. On traveling, for a very long time, we used to challenge African governments as to why they are requiring visas. And the logical explanation they would give is reciprocity. So if Nigeria is asking me, Gambia, to get a visa, that's not a good example, we're ECOWAS. But if they're asking Kenya for a visa, then that would remain until both of them agree to drop it. The courage is for one of them to say, no, I will give you visa even if you don't. And as soon as, for many years, Gambia, Seychelles, Benin had visa free for all Africans. But when that point was made, one of the first countries to accept it was Rwanda. Now Ghana partly accepts it. Most recently, Kenya accepts it. So before you know it, it happens, and it's the courage of someone just going and doing it. We'll take questions and comments. Again, I'm following Elvina's rules. To the point, maximum 2 minutes. And you know, I can count. I may not look like I can count, but I can't. So 2 minutes max, it's a question or a comment. Yeah? I have 2 hands here. I recognize this third hand and this fourth one for the first round. I note those 2 other hands, please.
Hi. Thank you so much to the panelists for this very interesting keynote. My question is for Dr. Guy. I'm really curious the ways in which you're collaborating with the Congolese government to put forward what Misong is putting forward. And you talked a lot about technology, about all these things that are happening outside Congo, but I'm also very curious about the ways in which you're collaborating with the population, with the government to continue your work.
Okay. Did you
not hear. Was I not clear? Okay.
Yeah, a bit louder.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. My question is the ways in which you're collaborating with the Congolese government to put forward the work that Misong is doing.
Okay. I'll take all of the questions. And by the way, I'm not going to repeat the question. I'm far too lazy to do that. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Ya Ofoyansa. I'm the founder of Talking Drums, which is a sustainable focused Africa travel company. I'd firstly like to say a huge thank you to Belle for her incredible work as trade envoy to Ghana. Your passion was so clear. The impact of your work was felt, it was seen, and well done for speaking truth to power. So thank you so much. My question is about building partnerships, which Belle actually touched on earlier. So as someone who's building a company that is so far focused on 7 countries across Africa, what tips or insights do the panel have about building partnerships? For example, building commercial partnerships, as we've touched on earlier about Rwanda and the partnerships with PSG and Arsenal, but also building partnerships with SMEs. Africa has the highest rate of entrepreneurship. How can we build those partnerships, especially as we're looking to enter new markets or maybe markets where we don't necessarily have an association to? Thank you.
Thank you. I think both of you, Belle and Fred, you may want to answer that. We have 2 more. One was here and one there.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Judith Apto. I'm a postgraduate student doing research on sustainable fashion, but with a focus on industrial policy. My question is on, we keep talking about sending solutions back home. How do we make this not so extractive, but more, instead of saying we're sending solutions, but more about co-creating solutions with people on the ground? And this the second part is to Bell about the APPG community. I was privileged to be a part of the Commonwealth one 2 days ago. Is it open to young people, and how are young people, we say in 2050, 1 out of 3 of the global population of young people will be an African. And but when it comes to policy, we still have them marginalized, we still have them on the sidelines. How are young people involved in the discussions and in contributing, not passively, but in contributing to actively contributing towards the solutions we look forward to, because young people are really smart, young people are really bright, and they are so innovative and disruptive in their thinking. So how do we make room for all of this? Thank you.
Okay, and that one.
Thank you. So I want to speak on the critical minerals. So I was at the University of Oxford yesterday, and the discussion was about critical minerals and the AI transition and all those things. I want to ask for your view concerning consolidated rating agencies, because that is what actually affects the ratings that will bring about the finance for local processing, so that reduce the export to those countries. Do you think us being courageous enough to have our own credit rating agency is very important in this sense? Thank you.
Okay. Now, I made a false promise, didn't I? I suggested that there would be a second round. I've just received a note that we do have to close early. But to compensate you for failing to do a second round, we will be breaking because it's lunch, so that's the compensation. So when we come back to our panel, there are some questions that are specific to you. Don't try to answer all of them, answer 1 or 2, and then just give us your closing observations. We start with you there.
Okay. Firstly, thank you very much. It's really kind of you. And I'm thinking about building partnerships across countries. One of the ways to do this is events. There are a lot of people that understand, in events like this, there are a lot of people that understand that Africa is the future, and investing in Africa is so important, and actually being able to get there is so important. So it's bringing people together and actually trying to make people understand that across the continent, the way to do business is through relationships. We aren't the type of people that will sit online somewhere and just send somebody money. It's not how we work. So actually those types of things, interactions. You asked a question about the All-Party Parliamentary Group. The All-Party Parliamentary Group is obviously a group of MPs, and we invite people in on a variety of different subjects to talk. So there's absolutely a role for young people. I think that's really, really important. And it's important to use the APPG to tackle that kind of policy. And one of the things that we started with, but I had to do very quietly because of my other role, is actually looking at the expense of flights from the UK to Ghana and the way in which some of the airlines treat us, like British Airways. See, the loud members. It really gets me, because obviously our culture is one of respect. And one thing that I don't like is the way that they treat some of our elders on the plane. The price aside, we do not speak to our elders like that. We do not treat them like that. So they absolutely need to get them, because they are the only airline that flies direct, and they take all of this money and they behave in a certain way. So something needs to be done about that. So the APPG is open to all to feed their ideas, and hopefully through that we can use that to affect certain policies. And one of the things that we really need to get on is the fact that people from Commonwealth countries have the right to vote in this country, and we don't use it. So there's no use, for example, complaining about visa prices. The visa prices are ridiculous, and the way in which people have to pay to be able to even work in this country and then pay taxes again is ridiculous. But you don't vote, and people know that you don't vote. As an MP, just so that you know, I get a list at the end of every election, and it doesn't tell me how you voted, but it tells me if you voted.
Right.
So they know that people from our communities are not voting. They know that people from the Commonwealth countries, you have the right to vote. And imagine being given the right to vote in a country in which you are not a national. You have the right to vote, but you're not voting. And I think the power of your vote can make a difference, because I have some colleagues who only won their last election by 15 votes. I'm sure there were 15 Ghanaians passport holders in their constituency. So I think definitely think about that. I think I'll leave the other questions to
Thank you very much.
Yes, okay, I'll try to answer 2 questions, 2 or 3. So how do I work with the Congolese government and other governments? I think the first question, or the first answer will be that you have to show value. You know, we spoke about the fact that African, when you're young, what you say is not really taking into consideration. So showing value by, you know, being at the right place and forcing our way to be at the right table. So that's what we did. We organized a trip. Last year, for instance, we traveled with the former defense secretary and some investors on the ground for them to see, which means that when you are with those type of people, it allows them to pay attention to what you actually have to say. And I think most of you guys are young. That's something we did. In terms of the partnership and SMEs in Africa, there is the UK Export Finance, for instance. They support the export facilities for UK SMEs and partner with African SMEs. The challenge is that they don't cover certain regions, and Congo is one of them. They don't cover Congo. It's on a case-by-case basis, again, due to the narrative. That's where engaging, explaining, having roundtable discussion helps break those barriers. And then the last question about critical mineral, and whether it's a good idea to create rating agencies. Well, rating agency is good, but it's not enough. We just need to make sure that the narrative, the infrastructure, the governance structure is there in place before starting to think about the rating agencies.
Okay, thank you very much. Fred?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, to touch on the partnerships we have with such as PSG, Arsenal, that's just to give and the effort the Rwandan government has to put in to show people that, you know, we have a different side, or we have different aspects to a country that's just not our history in 1994. So you have to partner with such teams to show a different, to show how Rwanda has developed over the years and to attract people in a different way to come to Rwanda. Right, and another thing we do with the diaspora, we have something called Rwanda Day, which attracts about 30,000 people, which we do in different cities. The last time was in London, was in 2012, where Fighting Day comes back to London. But it's been on different continents, and we've seen the impact it has had. And the people feel like the government is close to them and with them, and they value them deeply. Now, just to conclude quickly is to all our investors that are here, we have direct flights from Rwanda to Ghana and Nigeria. So please bring all your money. We have definitely incentives for startups. We have different incentives for people to invest. So please, if you're interested, please get in touch with me, and we'll make sure you take your money to somewhere safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just before I hand back to Elvina, a couple of observations. The question about credit rating is similar to what we have and don't use, like the Commonwealth vote. Amongst the campaigns we've been involved in through AFFORD is one of the pioneering African Diaspora Development Organizations, was to lobby, together with World Bank, to lobby IMF for the flows of remittances to be considered as a factor in sovereign credit worthiness ratings. That is now the case for nearly 10 years. But almost hardly any country uses it. Chile used it. The last country that I know used it, because I asked the Prime Minister myself, is Kosovo. They used it last year. But no African country have used it. So it's there now that can be used. So what we have, we used to sweat a bit more. And the last point is we seem to be in a perennial sort of flux of problems. About 20 years ago, around this time, it was a June day when UK was chair of the G8 and president of the EU. By the way, what happened to the EU? And it was a very powerful period. And the Chancellor of the Exchequer then had the honor to announce the so-called debt forgiveness. Do you remember that? That television moment, I was sitting at number 11 when he came out to announce it with Trevor Manuel and others. And it was a big time. Ghana managed to get itself in there because it says it was HIPIC. And you remember that whole controversy. And billions were wiped out. Yet we are now in a worse debt distress situation. And the challenge remains, how do we break this cycle? Whereas in some cases we've broken it, but on the big macroeconomics we haven't. And that also partly, it's a challenge to the younger people in this room, because I think we've been failing, some of us in our generation. I now hand back to Elvina. Elvina, are we dismissed? Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That was excellent. Thank you to all. Thank you to our panel. Thank you to all contributors from this morning. We are going to go for lunch, and I know everybody's going to be eager to be connecting with those who have spoken. Can I suggest that you use a process of connect and follow up? You go up to the person you want to speak to, you ask for their contact, and then you let them know who you are and you move on. Don't do your pitch right there. They won't remember you. Just take what you need and then make sure you follow up relentlessly from tomorrow. But don't try and do it right now. It won't do you well, and it will delay everybody else. We're going to have lunch just outside the doors. We will be back in here at 2:30. We do have to start promptly at 2:30, so please do stick to that time. And EMY are launching a London magazine. So if you feel you or someone you know should be featured in that magazine, please email info@emyafrica.com and put your suggestion forward. And maybe next year you'll be in their magazine or up here speaking to all of us. So thank you again to all our speakers and contributors. Everybody else, thank you for your time and your amazing contributions. And I look forward to seeing you again after lunch. Thank you very much. earlier today, and that's only going to continue into the afternoon. So our panel for the next session, sorry, if I could have everybody's attention, please. Our panel for the next session is Deal Flow and Delivery, the Builders Changing Africa's Business Story. So I'm expecting some guidance, some tips, some inspiration, and lots of motivation. So I'm very much looking forward to what will come next. Taking us through the panel is our moderator, Dr. Michelle McKenney-Mohammed, and I was able to see some excitement from people who are familiar with her amazing work. Yep, I heard a strong yes coming from over there. So Dr. Michelle McKenney-Mohammed is an award-winning global speaker, gospel artist, author, and TV host. I have lots to learn, thank you. She's a serial entrepreneur who also leads Ghana's Relevance Music Ministry and produces the inspirational music series, Rockspiration. Dr. Hammond, if you'd please like to come up. Okay. Joining Dr. Hammond will be Joachim V, who is a Togolese-Canadian entrepreneur and founder of Borderless, a digital platform enabling diaspora-led investing in Africa. Formerly with Stripe and Paystack, he focuses on building trust-based capital flows and serves on the board of the African Business Angel Network. Joe, if you'd please like to join us. And I think we're continuing to see that experience of taking what we're learning outside and seeing how we can apply it to the African markets. So really looking forward to what Joe has to tell us. Next, we have Timothy Folami, who is a barrister and managing associate in dispute resolution at Mishcon Derea, LLP. He's active in various legal and business forums and specializes in white-collar crime, regulatory investigations, and Africa-focused legal strategy. Very important work here. Timothy, please, would you come and join us? Thank you. And then we also have Mr. Opi Onibokon. And sir, I do not have your bio at the moment, but his experience and his knowledge, I'm sure, will inspire us and speak for itself. You have it. Fantastic. Thank you, Michelle. So straight over to you, and I'll let you continue from there. Thank you.
Well, Ope brings a wealth of experience in deploying patient capital toward high-impact infrastructure initiatives across Africa with a focus on sustainable development and climate resilience. His role at BLL is uniquely positioned at the intersection of capital deployment, public-private partnerships, and impact measurement, making him a valuable voice on what sustainable and scalable infrastructure really takes. Impressive. Woo. Woo. Let's give them a hand. Well, we're here to have a conversation called Beyond Potential, Africa's Age of Performance, which I am very excited about because I feel that we are at the brink of something amazing happening in Africa, and we all get to be a part of it. And so I think that this is going to be an exciting conversation, and I think that it's timely, and that we'll be able to take action after this because there's a lot going on, right?
Yeah.
And people don't know. Maybe that's good.
That's a good thing.
We'll just shock them one day. Like, you know, I was sharing at the other symposium that years ago, before I moved to Ghana, I've been living there for 15 years now. I am part Ghanaian, Nigerian, British, and West Indian, just so you know. Don't let the accent fool you. I'm a naturalized citizen, and I'm okay if he kicks me out, because I'm at home already. But before I moved to Ghana, I got an impression in my spirit that Africa was going to rise like a phoenix, and that the world was going to be putting out all these crazy fires and look up one day and just be in a shock at what had happened and how Africa had just emerged. And I've believed that for years, and I'm beginning to see it. And I'm just so excited to have these conversations because it just confirms what I've already felt in my spirit for many years. So we are building things, and today we're going to be talking with builders from across Africa's legal, investment, and entrepreneurial ecosystems to unpack what it takes to move capital and ideas from pitch to delivery. That part's very important because they say the difference between success is those who dream and those who do, right? We will focus on the real tools, partnerships, and frameworks driving scale on the continent. This conversation is designed to reveal the deeper mechanisms of how deals are structured, the regulatory and legal enablers or blockers, and what investor confidence looks like in practice, and how scalable businesses are being designed in complex markets. I'm going to talk about deal structuring and investment readiness, that's critical, legal infrastructure and risk mitigation, cross-border scaling and market navigation, and capital deployment and climate-aligned investment. I actually want to start with Ope because I want to start with the investment map so that we go from point A to point B, Z. Where is capital flowing in Africa right now, and what's driving that trend?
Thank you for having me, EMY Africa. Again, my name is Okpe Onibokun.
Okpe.
Yes.
I got it.
A Nigerian name, so, the Nigerian pronounce Okpe Onibokun. Investment Director at the British International Investment, BII. BII is the UK government's DFI, so many people in the room may be aware of who we are. And we invest about $2 billion annually in Africa across various sectors, infrastructure, financial services, and also digital infrastructure as well. To answer the question around where capital is flowing, I guess the question would be what are the trends and what's driving the investments? So in our purview, I think when you look at what are the drivers, I'll say 3 or 4 things that are driving or where the opportunity is. So one, given where we are in the UK, and the trend is around the need for energy transition. So big push to decarbonize the world, including Africa. So that's one trend. Number 2 would also be around, in Africa, given that we have a very young population, I think over 70% of Africans are under the age of about 30 or so, and that's going to grow. And the workforce by, I think, 2030 or 2050 or so, over 700 million people will be under the age of 30 that are actually part of the workforce globally. So I think there's also a big push around the workforce. And what does that mean in terms of how do you address the concerns around trade settlements? How do you, things around payment solutions will be 2. Number 3 also will be around trends on the need for infrastructure. So whether it's both in critical minerals to enable investments in our country. And number 4 will also be around the unemployment rates, again linked to the massive underemployment that is creating opportunities to how do we ensure we create jobs. So going to the first one around decarbonization, so opportunities in climate finance to build renewables, to build power in a very sustainable way. A lot of funding is being put by the MDBs, the West, to invest in our infrastructure. There's a $100 billion gap that needs to be filled, and a big push is to decarbonize and build power through renewables. Number 2, around energy transition for critical minerals. It's been discussed in this room around the need for investment in the DRC, and that's really been driven by the need to invest in things like cobalt, lithium, that enable you to create battery productions for EVs. So you're seeing right now massive investment being made along the Lobito corridor, in Ghana, in Guinea, to invest in critical minerals to enable the energy transition to happen. And Africa is a key player in the geopolitics of having to secure supply chains of critical minerals. Africa plays a key role in that space. So we saw some of the African governments going to the US to meet Trump. And one of the things they're actually selling is, Trump, we want to make a peace deal with you. Take our minerals, come invest. So that's really driving that growth. And I think thirdly, based off of this panel that we have people like Joe, investments in fintech. There's a lot of fragmentation, and in how do you ensure payments are being made? So with the advent of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, you want to increase the intra-African trade across Africa, the way to enable that is to ensure that there's payment solutions that make it easy. So platforms like Lemfi, which Joe has invested in, MoneyPoint and Paystack are creating that opportunity to do that. And I see massive investments from both US, Asian, European investors into the fintech space. So those are the three areas I see massive opportunities in Africa.
Okay. Jill, since he brought you up, how do you build a product for multiple markets when each one comes with its own rules, currencies, and cultures?
You build that at the UK. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so I moved to London 2 years ago. I grew up, so I'm Togolese, I grew up in Ireland. My parents immigrated to Ireland. And when I was toying with the idea of building a company called Borderless, I decided to build out of here. Reason being is it's actually easier to do business from the UK to all the African countries than try to do cross-border from Nigeria to Ghana, for example. Before I started building, I worked for a company called Paystack, which is probably one of the biggest successes of Africa. And I worked out of Ghana. Was there for about a year. And one of our biggest challenges when I was working at Paystack is how do you enable trade between Nigeria and Ghana? So if you're a merchant in Nigeria, you can't just do business in Ghana. You have to go set up an entity. And the project that was actually brought in for was called Ubiquity. So you set up your company in Nigeria. You should be able to do business across all the remaining 53 countries. Nope, it's not possible. Now, these are the problems that the FTCA is trying to solve. But I think I saw something about like Project 2063. That's a very long time. And there is so much money that is being lost just doing cross-border. So if you want to do business in Ghana, for example, you have Nigerian NGN. There's no direct peg to the Ghana cities. So you're essentially converting to US dollar and then back. By the time that trade happens, you've lost 10%. So the thing is, there are businesses and institutions that are benefiting from this. And that's why the African Union has a system called PAPS, which is essentially enabling cross-border money movement within Africa.
Right.
And back in 2022...
Because it's interfering with my shopping.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
when I want to buy something in Nigeria and I'm in Ghana, I've got to get somebody in Nigeria to pay for it. And, hey.
Yeah, so like PAPS is actually designed to enable this. So like there's going to be direct pegs.
Okay.
But the challenge is we've got 42 currencies. So it makes it much, much harder to do business. When you look at Europe, like in Europe, it's mostly euros.
Yeah.
You go to the US, the Americans don't have to think about FX risk.
Sure.
We factored this in everything that we do in terms of business. So like the UK has been the easiest place to do business. So you're essentially going like UK Kenya, UK Nigeria, UK South Africa, instead of going like Kenya, Nigeria, etc. So sadly, I've had to move here because it's so far the best place for me to do business.
So what are we going to do?
I mean, if I have a solution,
everybody can't stay in the UK. We got to figure this out.
Yeah.
If I asked you, how would we go about this in your mind? Being able to come to a simpler place where we can transact across countries, what would that look like?
I wrote this article that I haven't published, which is essentially building one currency backed by stablecoin for Africa. But there's a president that tried to do this and he's now dead. His name is Muammar Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm too young to be...
Sacrifices have to be made, my friends.
I like my life, and I haven't published it, but like if you're paying attention to the news, there's a new law that was erected yesterday in the US called the Genius Act, which is essentially enabling stablecoin to be as usable as the US dollar. It's great for Africa, but we're still somehow reliant on the US dollar. What that means is, for every USDC that you issue, which is USD coin, stablecoin by a company called Circle, there has to be a $1 in the US reserve, which is essentially funding the US debt because the debt is growing and it's earning interest on the treasury. Now, it makes my life easy, but I don't think it's the best thing for Africa, at least in the long term. In the short term, it works, but in the long term, we need to have a solution. We need to have a currency that doesn't leave the continent. Like we have the oil, we have the commodities, but like we're still doing everything in dollar. You can't use, like when you go to, what's the currency in RDC? It's mostly dollar. Like in Congo, it's dollarized, and a lot of African countries are dollarized.
But don't you think that the conversation is changing in that right now? I mean,
and I guess that's why we're here.
Yes.
But conversation is one thing, action is a whole different story.
Sure.
Right. So we need to move from this stage to the continent, and I think that's where progress is going to happen, and we're at least trying something in that space.
Well, so legally speaking, Tim, when we talk about delivery, about these types of things that we're talking about, the law sits behind the scenes. So what are we going to do? How crucial is enforceability to actual outcome?
So I think it's extremely crucial. When we think about some of the things that investors want, so at the law firm that I work for, Michigan Royal, we ask for a lot of investors who want to invest in the African continent. And so investors like things like government stability, they want liquidity, they want good regulatory frameworks, they want all of these things in place, and all of these things are underpinned by the rule of law, and not just the existence of the rule of law, but the rule of law that's properly enforced. And so when we think about deals involving the African continent and attracting that outside investment, it is important that the appropriate legal frameworks are in place, legal frameworks that are not too complicated to navigate, because when you want to invest in a country, you don't want to have to go to one office to get this certificate, go to another office to get this certificate, then go and speak to this and this and this and this other person just to break into a market, when by comparison, if you went to another country, say in Europe, it's a much more simplified process. It's slightly complicated in Africa because there are different legal systems that operate within the continent. For example, many of the former British colonies follow a common law system, many of the former Francophone colonies follow a civil law system, and so when you want to do deals across different countries within the continent, that can sometimes be difficult to navigate. I think obviously things like the African Continental Free Trade Area, the investment protocols, working to sort of move that along a bit, but I think there's still a lot of work to be done. What I would say is this, is that from an investment standpoint, and I would say attracting foreign investment, it's not just actually even important to show that laws will be applied fairly to a foreign counterparty or foreign investor. Actually, what happens domestically is just as important, because when you think about the CSR, ESG obligations, commitments of certainly that's very popular within the West, those sort of corporates, for example, will not want to invest in a country where they feel it could damage them reputationally. And so actually the way laws are created and implemented domestically, and how people are treated domestically within the country, is actually just as crucial as sort of creating a friendly environment for investors. And so I think enforceability is extremely crucial. Investors want a stable investment environment, and that's guaranteed where there is the appropriate rule of law, where they know, for example, that sort of deal timelines can be adhered to, and if there is a dispute, that it can be that they have the appropriate recourse for it. And so having appropriate legal systems in place is really, really important. That creates a friendly investor environment, and I think it will go a long way to attract foreign investment.
Okay, so I have to ask this question as well. In your experience, what's the single biggest legal red flag that derails African deal flow?
Do you know, I think that, I don't think there's a single red flag. What I would say, before I sort of even dive deep into that question, I think the problem that we often come across with the African continent is a perception issue. So some of us here will be familiar with Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's viral TED Talk called The Danger of a Single Story. And one of the things that she dealt with within that talk was how, certainly in her experience growing up on the continent and then moving to the United States, etc., there was a singular perception of Africa. And I think that problems with perception really do impact how Africa is obviously viewed in the world, and how investors and those who are outside of Africa deal with the continent itself. And I say that because there are many perceptions around things like risk, there are big perceptions around things like creditworthiness, and a lot of these perceptions are often at times overstated. You look at a lot of the big credit rating agencies who effectively act as gatekeepers to investment, because the ratings they give will determine whether people want to invest. And for example, when it comes to borrowing, sort of high rates of interest, etc., a lot of times those credit rating agencies, if you look at their value judgment, if you look at the mechanisms they're using to make their judgments, they're actually sort of judging Africa, the African continent, from a historical perspective rather than the current reality. And so there is a perception problem, I think, that has really is really undermining, I would argue, Africa from an investment standpoint. And so I think we really need to work to take control of that narrative. We really need to work to shift it to a place where we're not just being judged on civil wars that happened 20, 30 years ago. We're actually being judged on what is happening on the ground now. And so I think that perception problem is probably the biggest thing over any sort of legal red flag. I think there are some other issues that sometimes sit outside the legal perimeter. So capital controls, liquidity of forex, all of these sort of things can really impact whether you're going to get the deal and how the deal in fact progresses. I would say political instability is another crucial issue as well. I think that, again, investors like certainty. No investment can ever be guaranteed. You can never guarantee the outcome of an investment, but you want an environment that is as stable as possible, that is as predictable as possible. That is the type of environment that investors want to sort of play in. And so I think those are some of the things that would represent red flags. I think also sometimes the reason why some of the issues that arise is that because people are not dealing with the right people. So I was at an event at the Caledonian Club, and I was speaking to a member of a very well-known family in this country, and he said to me, "Oh, I've got this project I really want to start, and I thought about going to Africa, but my friends told me, don't go there. It's like fantastic. It's like really corrupt or something. Just something, one of these throwaway comments." And I wanted to interrogate why he thought that, and I ended up saying to him, "Look, you can have a bad deal anywhere. You can have a bad deal in the UK. You can have a bad deal if you go to China. You can have a bad deal if you go to India. It's not necessarily always the environment. It's who you're dealing with." And so I think that a lot of times, in the same way in the UK, you have cowboy lawyers. You might have cowboy lawyers, in Nigeria, or in Ghana, or in Senegal. So if you haven't been introduced to the right people, if you're not dealing with people who know their stuff, who have the right connections, then of course you're going to have a negative experience. And so again, that sort of links back to what I'm saying about perception. And so I think the red flag is that sometimes we don't have the best representations of the African continent on the global stage. And I think if we take control of that narrative, and I think if we put the appropriate sort of legal structures in place, that we can do a lot better. Africa and African countries, we haven't had the easiest start, but we are doing so well in so many areas, even without some of the crucial infrastructural things in place. Imagine when we have that in place. To your point earlier about a phoenix rising, I think we probably will rise like a phoenix. And so, yeah.
And it's really interesting, because I always say Africa is kind of like the Wild Wild West, in the sense of, anything that you dream that you want to do, you actually can do there. They're much more open to new ideas and concepts, but relationships are very important, and connecting with the right people are very important. That being said, when we get to that stage where we are presenting concepts and investments. I'm actually working on a project now, so I'm very interested in your answer to this. When you say a project is investment ready, what are the key ingredients of that? What's going to convince them to jump into the pool past their misconceptions about Africa?
Yeah. By the way, you can also call me Kwame.
Kwame?
Whenever I go to Ghana on business, they can swear I'm Ghanaian, and I tell them I'm Nigerian, and like, no, come on. So
I
now,
was still more Nigerian than Ghanaian. But then I found out my grandmother was that. So my name is Ayodele, so I'm Nigerian.
Very
but
well.
I didn't know the history. That my grandmother was
all in
actually
Africa, yeah. Yeah. So the question around what are we looking for, I would like to put it in maybe in 3 buckets. So one is around, I think, clarity, commitment, and capacity. So as it relates to clarity, ultimately we as an investor, we're using public, taxpayer funding to invest in these projects. So we have to be very careful in terms of what we invest in. Also for us as BRI, we wear a lens of both looking at investment both from a commercial perspective. Is it commercially viable? But also, does it have the impact required around job creation, GDP contribution, sustainability, helping certain demographics like women 2x is also very important to us. So high level, that's what we're looking for. But what it means in reality is that when someone comes to me, and I get like 50 emails every day of people who want to invest in projects, example, somebody wants to invest in a renewable energy project. And one of the things I see right now is that when you look at a lot of investments that are being made in large infrastructure, unfortunately, a lot of the investors are not African investors. They're European, American, foreign investors. And what that means is that capital doesn't stay. So similar to the currency, it all flows out. So dividends get paid out, nothing stays. But then when you have African investors approaching me, there's definitely a gap between their capacity to deliver and those I will see from a Western or an American firm. And ultimately, we are in the business of making money, so we have to ensure that whoever we invest in is capable, has a capability. So people approach me and say, oh, Paya, we want to invest in this, let's say, renewable energy projects, 100 megawatts, it's going to cost $100 million. I'm like, great. We've secured the PPA, the power purchase agreement with the government. Great. My question then I have you done this before? Is there a track record of you running a large-scale renewable energy project before? No, because the guy got the contract through is knowing someone in the government. He just got a contract, but he doesn't know how to deliver it. And he wants me to give him the money to deliver a $100 million project when he doesn't know how to run a project, there's capacity issues, he has no funding. So in reality, that's not going to work. So for me, I'm looking at the capacity of the sponsor. Do they have the track record and can they deliver? Of course, given that there's a gap in knowledge or information, I don't expect African sponsors to be at the level of Western governments, Western firms. But at least what you could do there from a de-risking perspective is to find the right partnerships. Mm-hmm. So partnerships was delivered. Find the right partner, wherever it is, to partner with and come up with bring a consortium. So when I look at the consortium of who is delivering the project, I see capacity. So that's one. Number two, around clarity. I want to ensure that the projects, the cash flows are very clear and it's de-risked. So if you want me to invest in a project, I'll ask you, how are we going to make money? And if the payment terms are not clear, and you want me, for example, to take a risk on, let's say, in Nigeria or in Ghana, the Ghana credit rating is, the Ghana country rating is very low. Most African countries have like a rating of B- or CCC. It's junk rated. So you want me as a Western firm, when I can invest my money in China, in Vietnam, in the US, to bring my money to a country whereby the risk is so high. So I hear you on the idea of perceived risk, but it's not, it's perceived, but it's actually real risk. There is risk in Africa. We cannot, it's very risky. Africa is a very risky market because you can get punished by the FX devaluation risk. Today the Ghanaian cedis is doing very well now, great, but in 2 years, what's going to happen? The Nigerian currency went from like 200 to 1,500. In Kenya as well, the Kenyan shilling went up and down. So it's very risky. So how do you, as a foreign investor, How are you sure that even if you're going to make money locally, you can actually get the money out, one, and at what rates? So the risk is real. Whereas when you look at Vietnam, Korea, other markets, the currency is fairly stable. So those are real risks. So I'm asking you, how do you de-risk me? How do you structure that? So you can think of innovative ideas of potentially ensuring that the project is earning some sort of hard currency, foreign revenue, that at least de-risk the currency issue. The last piece, as an example, will also be around commitment. And this part speaks more to African governments around their commitments to projects. I think Africa doesn't lack great policies, great ideas. What we lack is good governance and commitments for the long haul. In the last panel, an example was made of the Ghanaian Kaza power project, which is great. You know, the government had a policy to attract investors from America, Accor, Italian EPCs to build it, but then in 3-4 years they reneged on that agreement. So how do you then encourage and go back to markets to attract the same investors to come to market when the government itself has reneged? So I think what we need is stability in government, clear policies. Whatever you say, you have to do it, especially when people are already waiting for you to fail. They're already looking for excuses for you to fail. And the example I'll make here is all of us who work in corporate in UK. As a black person, they're already waiting for you to mess up. You know? So everybody messes up, whether you're Caucasian, but for you, they already think you're going to mess up. So for us as the frontier early players in corporate, the stakes are a lot higher because what we do right now is going to impact the people in the future. So we cannot afford to mess up. So when a country signs a commitment, at least for the first 50 years, let's meet those obligations. And that's what China did, that's what Korea did, that's what Japan did. And Africa has to do the same exact thing, otherwise this cycle will continue.
You brought up something important about being able to deliver. So I'm going to ask you, Joe, what does delivery mean in a fragmented financial ecosystem like Africa? You talked about the fluctuating value of our money. What does that look like? And what does good execution look like on the ground?
Returns. So started this journey 5 years ago with a very small syndicate of like 17 people. I think we're just like playing, we're trying things out, and we invested something like $20,000. And at the time of this session, we've done, I think, just over 100 investments. Now, this isn't BI money. This is hardworking Africans, most of them living outside of the continent, but investing back home. One thing I've been saying is Africans want to invest, but they just don't want to lose their money.
Yeah.
So you have to give them something that is safe-ish. And if you're giving them risky stuff, you need to let them know that, hey, so far we've done 2 asset classes, early stage startups, mostly tech startups, and real estate. We did 2 real estate projects earlier this year, and I've never seen so many people just send money.
Yeah.
Africans love real estate. So,
but I'm afraid, do you think we're going to glut at some point? Because we're building. What's happening?
Have you ever flown, like when you fly, like Africa's green, we have so much land.
Okay.
Like there is so much space for us to build, and our population is growing so fast.
Okay.
If anything, we're not investing enough in real estate, actually, not just real estate, but 4 things, right? Okay. When you look at the average African, we spend, I'm not assuming any of you here are average, but we spend 90% of our wallet on 4 things: housing, energy, transport, and food. And anybody who's investing in this space, they're not investing enough. Because our population is growing, we don't have any issue having babies, while Japan and everybody else are kind of declining. So like our population is going to grow, and we need to invest more in this space. But back to your question, like Africans will invest if you can at least show them a clear path of return. Not unrealized return money back to them. So this year we did a distribution. It's not a lot, like $300,000. But most people that I send the money to, they send it back. Because now they're finally seeing some tangible returns and they're investing in other projects. One of our collective is having its busiest year because we're able to pay out returns and people are investing back. So for more and more people to deploy capital, there has to be evidence of return. You know, have you paid money back before? But also there has to be some certainty of return. The reason why I don't go around, you know, telling people, hey, go invest in startups is because it's just super risky. But like I'm very loud about investing in real estate or investing in food or investing in energy because not only that it helps the continent, they're also very, very profitable sectors. And the reason why DFIs like BII are in Africa and they invest quite a lot of money is because they make money. My challenge with them is they're not allowing the average Joe to co-invest with them. Like we don't have access to the BII deals. They have access to the best deals. And what I'm really trying to push for is can I, at least with our company, enable the average Joe to invest in projects like BII. We're not doing it yet. Like I came across an affordable housing project in Kenya recently. And the minimum investment is $250,000. I can see some celebrities in the room, but very few people here I don't have that level of money. But what I have is maybe 5 or 10K that I can co-invest with a couple of people. We pull that money together because that's my business. And we can now invest $250,000. The return on that project is estimated around 16 to 20% net US dollar. There you go. So Africa is very investable. It just takes a lot of work, capital to find the right projects, to invest in them, have the right people on the ground, to make sure that when the returns are, you know, they arrive, they can go back to the investors. So, yeah, sorry, a long way to go. Come back to my one word, which is returns.
That's good. Before I come back to you, Tim, I want, because I want to piggyback off of what he said. Open. Kwame, what do African founders or governments most often misunderstand about investment expectations?
Say that one more time, please.
What do African founders or governments most often misunderstand about investor expectations? Or do they have different expectations from investors than what investors have?
They do. I think one misalignment is around the time it takes to get deals done.
Yes, thank you.
So everybody wants the thing to happen today and now. And it is possible, but it's possible subject to, like Molly has to say, subject to having a very well-structured deal. So when someone comes to me with an investment, whether it's the government or the private sector, and you haven't done any upfront work, you just have an idea, then it's going to take a very long time to put that together, to massage it, and get it to an investable state. And sometimes that's why deals take 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years to get done. However, if a lot of the upstream work around project preparation has been done upfront, then it'll move a lot quicker. It's not my job as an investor to make your projects de-risk. You should be coming to me like, this is the risk, these are the issues, this is how I'm going to de-risk it. FX, I'm going to do, de-risk it this way. There's a management team. I've hired people like Joe to run the business in terms of that should be what you do. But when you come to me or to us and then all that is not in place, because we want to engage, we'll give you the time of the world. But not everybody is a BI. The guy in Silicon Valley or in New York doesn't have time for that. He's like, listen, you're not ready. There are deals that are ready to, I want to write checks. And so I think the whole idea around capacity development, knowing exactly what investors are looking for, and doing the heavy lifting and the work to ensure that that work is done. I would also like to talk about some success stories, though, whereby there are different financing models that exist that are not conventional. And I'd like to give an example. So in Somalia, an area called Puntland, they needed to build a port. And a port is required for trade to bring down the cost of logistics. If they had to go out to market and go to DFIs, commercial banks, investors, we're going to ask a million questions because we want to get comfortable, and it's going to take a long time. So what the Somalians did in Portland is that they came together and crowdfunded. They raised about $120 million as a community I said, we need this port to be built. So they got money from the diaspora, from the community. They said, we believe in this project. We don't care about the risk. We need this for our community. So they relied on the people themselves came together. And I think that's a model that we as Africans should start looking at. How do we support our own projects? How do we come together? I think the whole idea of like diaspora bonds are critical to enable things to move quicker. Because if you're going to rely on DFIs, foreign investors, they're going to ask you the questions. And if you're not ready, it's going to take time. So that's another way of making things move faster.
So, Timothy, with all of this going on, he's right. Sometimes it takes forever to get it together. What legal things need to be in place that we really need to know about? Because I think that that's the murky place sometimes, getting the right agreement together, being able to cover yourself, but also make others feel comfortable in the transaction. So what would you say are like your top 5 things that you think should be like in every legal document for security?
Oh, I don't think it would be right for me to give a top 5 for every single.
Well, what's the most important? Most important.
Well, I think the most important is certainty. Often at times when things are drafted, they're not drafted properly. The people haven't reviewed the terms of the contract properly, or terms that are not favourable are in the contract. So by way of an example, my firm Mishcon, we represented the government of Nigeria. They had a massive dispute with a BVI registered company, but was basically run by this Irish investor called PIND. They had lost that arbitration, and an arbitration award of $6 billion was awarded against Nigeria. And then the case came to our firm, the passage of time, interest, etc. It was now about $11 billion. And our firm, we were able to help Nigeria overturn that judgment because we established at the High Court here in front of Mr. Justice Robin Knowles that the arbitral award had been procured through fraud, that the PIND had engaged in bribery through the underlying arbitration. They had gotten hold of documents, Federal Republic of Nigeria, internal documents that they shouldn't have had a hold of, and so the court was able to set aside the judgment. Now, so that took place in the UK, and the UK is a venue of choice for many investors, many corporates and individuals from all around the world, not just from the continent. And the reason why it's a venue of choice for dispute resolution is because we have a long-established legal tradition. We have excellent judges, excellent lawyers, impartial, independent judges, and arbitrators. And I think the evolution that I think needs to happen more with the continent is for that to be replicated more. And I think we're already part way there, because I know many brilliant jurists across the continent, contacts of mine and people who I'm friends with, and so the talent is there. But there are a few pieces that are missing. So in many many contracts where there is, for example, a term about which law governs the contract, you will see many contracts that are governed by English law involving African entities. Now, that's obviously good for us as English lawyers, but what will be better for the African continent is for it to be governed by the law of whichever country that deal or transaction is taking place. But people, if I'm a foreign investor potentially, I may not want to agree to be subject to the laws if I know, for example, that you don't have the appropriate legal frameworks in place, or if there is a dispute, I'm going to be stuck in courts here for about 10 years. And there are cases that go on for years and years and years. And so that is going to be a massive deterrent to a foreign investor in terms of agreeing to submit to that country's law, because they don't want to be caught up in litigation for 10 years. They'll rather prefer to agree that it's governed by English law, or Dubai courts, or the seat of arbitration would be, for example, in the UK. So I think that what needs to happen in the continent is that I think many African countries will do well to replicate some of the systems that we have here in place. Politics obviously plays a role everywhere, but particularly in the continent, and independence and impartiality of the judiciary is one of the hallmarks of our system here, and it must be replicated on the continent. Unfortunately, there is a perception, and I have to say, I think in many ways this is a reality, that there isn't an impartial judiciary in many places, and that decisions can be a foregone conclusion depending on who you're up against. And so if you're a foreign investor, you have to think about that risk. We've heard Ope talk a little bit more about risk. That's a risk that you probably don't want to take. So you're not going to want to say, if there's a dispute in this contract, yes, we'll submit it to Ghana's laws. No, I'm actually going to prefer to ensure that it's governed by English law. And again, that has an impact on even the legal system within Nigeria. So those lawyers there will not have the experience of conducting, for example, litigation in this sort of case as well. So there are knock-on effects of not having the appropriate frameworks in place. But I would say, I think it's really, really important, I want to stress here, in every country, in every person even, there's good and bad. There are brilliant lawyers all across the continent of Africa. I'm friends with many of them. The type of firm that we do a lot of cross-border work, and so there's always a need to, for example, refer work onto somebody. And of course, if you have a client, you want your client's needs to be taken care of. And I had no inhibition at all about referring cases to or matters to some of my colleagues on the continent. But it's so important that you have the right people advising you, people who have the experience, people who have the ability, because if you don't have that, that is what leads to many deals going wrong. You take the P&D case. I'm glad it was a wonderful case for our firm. It gave us lots of credentials, but I personally would have preferred if Nigeria was never in that position. And so having at the front end the appropriate legal advice in place would have prevented all of that. And so these are some of the problems that I think occur in the continent and are easily fixable. But then again, I think the politics does play a huge role, because if you think about, I'm going to leave P&D aside, so this reference I'm about to make is not in conjunction with that case, but who gets to be appointed Attorney General? Is it the best qualified person or the person that is the favourite, or whoever, or somebody else? That's going to have a direct impact into the sort of deals that that person is going to be signing off on, who gets to be made finance minister. So all of these things, I think, are some of the root causes of some of the problems that we're facing on the continent, and they are fixable. They are fixable.
Well, before we move to questions, I wanted to ask each of you, what other pressing thing on your heart do you think we need to know from your area of expertise?
From my area of expertise, this is actually sitting slightly outside our area of expertise. The thing that really I'm passionate about, I am of Nigerian extraction. My mother is Igbo, my dad is part Yoruba, part Hausa. And what I would say, so I'm a Wazobi, as some people are familiar with. What I'm really passionate about is Nigeria's population at the moment, roughly about 50% is 12 and under. I think around 70% is 30 and under. Wow. And the human capital that we have, that's Nigeria, but the human capital we have across the continent is significant. And my concern is that I do not think that we are doing enough to make the best of that. I think that we are not presenting the opportunities for people across the continent, many of whom are young, many of whom are healthy, many of whom are ready to work, many of whom sometimes have graduated university, have a bachelor's degree, some cases have a master's, and are having to, hawk something on the side of the road just to make ends meet. I think that we are wasting our human capital, and all that does is breed frustration, and then when people are frustrated, other things result from it. I think we really need to think very carefully about how we harness the power of our human capital. We are suffering a massive brain drain. Many people I know from Nigeria, for example, they're leaving, they're coming here, they're going to Canada, they're going to other places. Brilliant, first-rate people. We're losing so many people because they don't see a future for them. I can't blame them. I've got a family. I can't say I'm going to put my country in front of my family's needs. When I've got wife, kids to provide, I can't say I'm going to do that. And that's how many people feel. So I think we really need to address the problems for human capital that we're not really doing enough with. I think about a few years ago, I think it was from Sierra Leone, I remember reading an article, I don't know if it was in Time or something, about this boy, come from a very poor rural community, and he used to collect, somebody here will know him, I'm sure, I can't remember his name, he used to collect like scrap metal basically, and one day he built himself this sort of portable radio, Does everyone remember? I can't.
Yes,
Yes, it's something like that. And just from scraps that he was collecting, and built this portable radio, got it, I guess, on the airwaves, got some publicity, and at the age of 17, he was being invited to come and lecture at MIT. In terms, to get to MIT, you have to have a certain level of, intelligence. And this was a street kid from Sierra Leone. And so he's one of many that we have on the continent, and we are not doing enough to help people. I don't mean from a welfare standpoint, I mean to provide opportunities for people, and we're not recognizing the talent that we really have, and as a result many people are leaving, and that's the Africa's loss.
I have just one quick one to add. I have a question for the audience. In terms of countries with the largest black population, so after Nigeria and Ethiopia, what's the third? Brazil. And so in South America, you have Brazil, about 40% of the population are black, Colombia, Ecuador, also in the West Indies. So I think we need to recognize and go back to scratch around scale. The way to win this is by scale. So if you combine all those economies, it's over 4 trillion. And so how do we start looking at ourselves beyond as not Ghanaian, not Nigerian, but as black diaspora? And how do we tap into that? So I think if you can start doing trade between Africa and Brazil, Africa and Colombia, I think there's a massive opportunity that we're leaving on the table.
I don't know if I can follow up with that, but I very much encourage any employer here, if you hire people, please do look at Africa, especially in Nigeria. So 2 main entities I want to spotlight. There is this organization called 3MTT by the Nigerian government. They are trying to train 3 million people to be able to, for them to work for the world. It was China, then India, and Africa's next, and the Nigerian government is actually doing a lot of work there. The second entity I want to spotlight is a company called Alt School, and they're enabling people to, students to get tech skills within 9 months, 3 months of internship, and now they can enter the workforce. I hire out of Nigeria and Kenya. Most of my staff is there, because not only that they're super, super talented, it's definitely cheaper than hiring somebody in the UK who don't even understand the context of what I'm building. Because all of my work is in Africa and go into Tanzania soon, so looking forward to that. But like, please, if you employ people, please look at the continent, the talent's there. And also, like, all the curriculum that we have in Africa came from the West. So like, we have the same standard. Why are we not leveraging the talent that we have back home? Please, I encourage you, and I think everybody, if it's just one, go try it and let it fail. You'll learn something, but not doing or not hiring is not good enough.
And I think that Africa is fertile now for people to return and for people to stay. Because let's face it, the rest of the world is becoming a bit hostile. And I think that it's going to force us to be more self-contained and self-supportive. And so it's a perfect time. And the African mentality, I mean, my dad, like when I said, I wanted to do this, what is that? Get a real job, And it's no longer just doctors and lawyers. There's tech, there's agriculture, there's so many other creative things that we can be inspiring our youth with to get involved with at an early age so that they grow into it and want to stay. We want to take some questions, correct? No? No questions?
I'm sorry, I will be the bad guy. No, unfortunately we've run out of time. So there is a mixer at the end, and you will be able to speak to our panel to ask your questions. I do apologize, but thank you so much.
We got carried away, what can I say?
We're going into our last panel, and then we'll have closing remarks and the mixer. So please do use that opportunity to speak to any of those who you wanted to ask your questions and weren't able to. In the meantime, can I please invite our next panel, which is looking at Proof of Culture, how Africa's creative class is turning cultural capital into economic power. And our moderator is Dr. Desne Massey. If you'd like to come up to to the front, please. We also have Topaniswa Mavunga, if you please also like to come up, thank you. Nyasha Michelle, sorry my mouth. It's a little dry right now. And then Richard Mofe Damijo. That's woken everybody up after lunch, great, thank you for that. Dr. Desne Massey is an economist, journalist, and visiting senior fellow at LSE's FLIA, focusing on creative industries and global economic policy. She is CEO of Intelligence Labs and has held senior roles in finance, media, and academia across the UK and South Africa. I hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that kind welcome, and thank you to EY for hosting us today, all of you for joining us. We're the last panel, but I promise you that this will be really interesting. So I'm really privileged to have with me on the panel Nyasha Michelle, who's a journalist and broadcaster, Topaniswa Mavunga, who's Director of Africa at Sony Music UK. I've got Richard Mofe Damijo, who is a multi-hyphenate polymath, lawyer, writer, producer, and actor, and Chris Sobo, who's our host today, who's editor of EY Africa. Just join me in welcoming them today. Okay, so as you heard from my bio, I've been doing a lot of finance and economics throughout my career, but I actually started off doing art, so I was really excited about taking on this panel today, especially because of all the focus on geopolitics in the media today. And as Africa becomes more strategic, economically and politically, I think we need to remember that African countries are not just markets and economies, they're also cultures and society. So as these questions begin to coalesce, the question is, should economic priorities shift towards arts and culture? I was thinking about this recently when I saw that the G7 countries with Iran and Israel war striking off, that they committed 5% of their GDP towards defense spending amidst escalating conflict, arts and culture. So I've been wondering, with all of these priorities, political, and also in Africa, let's be honest, we have a lot of basic needs on the ground that our people need. So is art a political and social luxury amongst so many other pressing priorities? But is the flip side of that question that can we afford not to be paying attention to the creative economy? And can we reimagine our economic policy, our business interests and priorities so that African arts and culture see an increase in spending and attention? So the more philosophical question here is that the vital interventions that we see in the African creative economy, it's not just about the cultural power of Africans on the global stage, it's about decentering culture from Europe and America so that the locale of stories happen in our own grammar, with our own storytelling, our own resources. And it's not just for geostrategic reasons that we should invest in the arts. Celebrating the arts builds nations, it makes people proud of our cultures and makes us visible. So I think I'll start off taking it to Chris. Chris, how do you think we can get African stories, especially the political and economic ones, into the global media? Because a lot of the creative, cultural, social power, it's going to take place through the platform of the media.
So with centering African stories, I feel like it's got to the point where we need to stop waiting for permission to, say what we have to say. We need to stop waiting for foreign media. One thing we realized in one of our strategy sessions with EY Africa magazine is that we realized our celebrities and business people were always waiting for foreign media to speak about them, tell the stories of what they were doing. So that was part of why we started EMY Africa magazine in the first place. We wanted, local people to tell the local stories, because it has a level of nuance that a foreigner cannot, appreciate. If we're, for instance, with the last magazine that we released, we talked about the Man of the Year. We talked about his sustainability, projects, about him building a place where people could live from a dump site. And I wrote the article. The reason why I felt like the article resonated with a lot of people was because I drive through that estate every day to work. So I knew what it was before, and I see what has been done. So, there was a level of nuance I could express. I could put, feeling into the article, and I feel like that's where we need to head to. The locals need to tell the local stories, and we need to stop waiting for permission. We need to create our own publications.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's important, the local nuance as well. But I think when I was talking to Paneswa earlier as well, it's like, of course, there are the stories that have that local flavor that people can relate to, but also we're finding that African culture is becoming so predominant globally as well, through music, through art, because the storytelling is also relatable to a global experience. So like, Africans are not just norms takers in terms of culture, they're norms makers, right? So I think that takes me naturally to my next question, Yasha. So why do you think arts and culture stories are so important to get into the media, locally and globally?
When answering that, I cannot help but think about the African way of telling stories, right? Griot. We're always about, I know I probably didn't pronounce it properly because I'm not French, but most of us who are from Africa, when you were growing up, the stories of your legacy, the stories of your people, even stories of other African countries, it was you were sitting down outside. For me, it was my Malawian grandfather who would sit us outside and tell us these stories until it was either time to go to bed or time to go and eat. And that is the richness of our culture was passed down that way. And the way that in the West they've passed down their culture has been slightly different. But that doesn't denote the way that Africans have been passing down their culture and their stories. But it does mean that as the world has evolved, some of our stories have either been purposefully eroded, which we know, some of them have been changed, and those who have been telling our stories have been telling it from a different gaze. So to give you a little bit more context about myself and why this is very important, I'm a journalist. I focus in arts, culture, and entertainment. I'm at BBC, but I also recently created my own production company, which wants us to be telling our stories, but also going into those spaces where the people who have the access to the international media to say yes or to no for commissions, to go and say these are the stories that we want to tell. We're either telling them ourselves in our own platforms, or if we're going into these spaces, we have to ensure that there is enough of us who are in those spaces, who are in a higher position. And we are ensuring that when certain stories are being told, we have the ability to turn around and say, that is not the way you tell a story. A perfect example for me is a few years ago, I did a documentary that was called Bride Price. The practice we all know, we may call it different things, we call it Rora in my country, or Lobola. I was away and the other team was working on the production. When I came back, they were telling me there was a particular line that they wanted to put in the voiceover. And I'd say, no, you cannot do that, because what you're literally doing is you're trampling on our culture. And they said to me, oh, that's not a big deal. And I said, no, absolutely not. It is important that you have, if you're going to be telling this story, the idea that I brought to you, which is to celebrate and to educate others about our culture, you're going to have to respect us. So it is extremely intrinsic. It's extremely important that our stories are in those mainstream media. But at the same time, it depends on who the mainstream media is. It depends on who the people are that are controlling the narrative. And then also, I really don't think that we should still remain at a place where we should be dependent on them to actually make these things happen. We should have more and more Africans running the magazines, running the production companies, having the TV stations, etc. And we are the ones who are controlling the narrative.
I'll come to you in a moment, Richard, but I thought that you mentioned griot, so it's many of the most famous griots are musicians in Africa, and I think I want to ask you about storytelling through music, because Afrobeats, we know Afrobeats is shorthand for lots of other different subgenres, but it's had a phenomenal impact recently in global culture, especially with Amapiano from South Africa and Shoki from Nigeria. Why do you think African music has become so popular?
First of all, I want to thank our host. I think this is a really important conversation, so thank you for inviting me to take part. And just a little bit of context, my actual background, my career started in PR. So, I'm a storyteller by career. And I started at Warner Music, working across black music. So as somebody that has been championing black music in multiple global regions, I learned very early on the incredible power that you enlist to an artist when you help them to tell their own story. And this was early 2000s. I was working with the American artists, Trey Songz, Brandy, Missy Elliott, people like that. And it was a time which looks very different to now. Artists would have to almost go via the gatekeepers. If you're a hip-hop artist, you would want the credibility from the source, for example. If you were an R&B artist, you might want to get the credibility from Essence, talking about the US. And here in the UK, there was a multitude of media, magazines like Touch, The Voice, New Nation, Untold. There was a black music publications that artists would want to get that validation from. But times change and times evolve, and the business and the music business has evolved, and the internet has brought almost like a democratization. So artists don't necessarily need to go to a record label to prove their worth, or they don't have to wait for the Sunday Times Culture to say this is the next big thing. So just to put that in context, that's how I came up in my career. But I started getting heavily into Africa, in the African music space, towards the end of 2010, where we saw a movement from this country, which was kind of being led predominantly by Nigeria. It was Nigerian Afrobeats that was pushing the doors down. I will say as a disclaimer that Fuse ODG is an honorary part of that collective, because actually it was his song Azonto, in addition to the track by D'banj and Don Jazzy's Oliver Twist, that in this country really opened the gates and changed the way that we market music, listen to music, what music got onto the airwaves. So we owe the Fuse from Ghana and that particular track, a lot. I think the reason why Afrobeats has been so successful is because ultimately it's rhythm driven and it's vibe, So a lot of these, the movement of just enjoyment, what started off in the clubs, what started off in party scenes, and the diaspora was kind of shared amongst as social media grew, the likes of MySpace, the likes of Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. These that sort of vibe can be translated. You don't need to understand what is being said. You don't need to understand, you can simply feel it. So that's the one part. But number two, and I think it's really important because it follows a theme that's been discussed today, is the art of storytelling. I think in Afrobeats in its second iteration, because there have been many, let's not discount the people that came before us, Fela Kuti, Miriam Makeba, Huma Sekela, depending on, Youssou N'Dour, depending on what part of the continent you're talking about. But this iteration, this young, youth-driven movement, you actually had young Africans own their heritage. And when you hear an artist like Wizkid singing Ojuelegba about a place in Nigeria, not trying to conform, not trying to make sure that it's in English because he's thinking about getting onto Radio 1, there's real power in that. And so African artists have been owning their identity and playing their own part in a cultural renaissance. And that's pretty much, how we've kind of got here today.
Yeah, I think storytelling. I think that was authoritative for sure. But storytelling, we've been coming back to that again and again, and I think it's such a strong aspect of African culture. And of course, we talked about the printed word and broadcast quite a lot, but a lot of African history is passed down orally, and our cultures actually kind of survive through the act of practicing culture, through doing culture. It's like, I suppose if you've lived on the continent, you really know what I mean. Culture's passed down by doing culture, through storytelling. Yes, of course, we are now obviously writing things down more as global culture merges, but I think that element of storytelling, it doesn't make anything less real because an idea is being passed down, and it's also that thing of being truly seen. That dignity of being truly seen, which is also a more complex idea behind Ubuntu. So, Richard, in the storytelling aspect, I think as a writer and an actor, and I want to particularly touch on your acting career, your Nollywood, wow. We actually need, for each of these issues, we need a separate panel, because it's Nollywood is huge, and I think the storytelling aspect, that's something that just makes it so huge. People seeing their own stories. You know better than me, but why do you think that Nollywood is such a phenomenon, and what do you think acting can teach us about storytelling?
Well, I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity and to say that one of the things that Nollywood did, just to piggyback on what Chris also said, is the fact that they didn't wait for permission to tell stories the way Hollywood recommended stories to be told by the camera. We felt that we have a story to tell, and we just went ahead and told the stories. I remember that a New York Times reporter said that if you look at Nollywood, it's like the filmmakers in Nollywood is like they are performing bypass surgery with forks and knives. But it didn't. For us, it was a huge praise because we kept on going. We got validation from somewhere very strange. Doshuela, I don't know if I pronounced that right, but they came during the Liberian War. They came to Nigeria and they said we had a meeting, and they said to us that, do you know that at some point during the Liberian War, there will be a ceasefire because there was a station that shows Nigerian films. And both sides would say, you know what, for the next 90 minutes, no fire. We started learning how important what we were doing in our back house was impacting the rest of the world. And that is what has happened. 2 weeks ago, I was in Hollywood. I took my film called Radio Voice, and when I met with the producers who were going to produce the event, they kept saying to me, Mofe, we don't think this is going to really work because the theater seats about 300 and something people. If we're lucky, maybe 100. No Nigerian film has come to Hollywood to do a premiere. I don't know why you want to do this. So I said, look, I'm here on my own terms. I'm not going to wait for Hollywood reporters, nothing. On the day of the show, of the premiere, the producers called me about 7 a.m. and said to me, I'm sorry, Mofe, but we have to give out some of the tickets. I said, yeah, go ahead. I said, it's better for us to have a full hall than to have an empty hall. And I said, okay, go ahead. And about 2 hours later, they called me and said, oh, we're going to stop giving out the free tickets because there is a surge in ticket sales. And actually, by 12 noon, we had an oversubscribed show, and we had to do a second show. Let me say this: every continent has its own rhythm. The African continent has a particular rhythm. So I'm going to go a bit esoteric. The world has always known about our rhythm and the vibration that we have as a continent, but they deliberately, because they control, the narrative, they deliberately kept it under. But with the liberation or the democratization, like you say, of the entire space, they can no longer be gatekeepers of how our culture is reported. And so it is out there. They cannot do anything about it. Their kids are loving it. You will sell the O2 2 times over when whiskey is coming, because it's not just about Africans anymore. It's about the entire, world. And this is going to go on and on. And it is for us to keep owning, the narrative and keep, just like you said, insisting on certain things. In the first session, I think it was the moderator that was saying, or I don't know if it was the second session, but the moderator was saying, we cannot have excuses anymore as a continent. Yeah. We cannot keep saying, if only this was not happening. So we need to own it, because at the end of the day, we are all defined, not just by the best roads that we construct in our countries or the infrastructure, but by the languages we speak, by our music, by our fashion, and by our food.
There are so many... as I was listening to that, I was thinking there's so many bits I wanted to sample and put over. It's like some choice, buzzwords and gems of wisdom. But I think also you touched on we just need to tidy the panel up a bit, just come back to the economic power, right? So 2 things really struck me about what you just talked about. I was talking, when I did the introduction, I was saying about how we have all this defense spending, but the soldiers stopped, right, to watch their favorite program. Mm-hmm. So that for me is like how powerful the arts are powerful, and they're balm to the soul. And we have poetry at funerals and music at weddings, and it's honestly, it's such an important part of the human experience. But also, the arts are lucrative. You were just saying about how Nollywood, it's been a bit scrappy, but it's an economic powerhouse. Now, I was born in South Africa, and there's a bit of a rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa, but who's it had to come up, yeah? So, who was the biggest economy? And actually, Nigeria overtook South Africa's economy because when Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was finance minister, she added Nollywood to the GDP.
And they're rebasing.
And when they rebased the Nigerian economy, she was like, let's go look at those film revenues, because no one was counting the film revenues. And actually, they were such an important part of Nigeria's economic output. So that's something to contemplate there. Okay, I know that I can feel you guys want to comment on this, but so we spoke a lot about visibility increasing, Africans owning the media. So one thing that I want to come to is I'm sure everyone here has noticed that black people and African models are becoming more and more prominent in fashion, not just in African media, but globally. I think Edward Eniful heading up Vogue was really instrumental in how we think about diversity. But I think, you know, and I see a lot of fashion shoots and styling uses black models. But this kind of visibility that we see of Africans now globally, do you think that there's actual agency, and I'm not just talking about the ownership of the media, it's these narratives. I mean, are there sufficient African editors? Who's actually making those styling decisions?
Yeah, I think we're getting there. I'd say not so much right now, not enough, but I think we're getting there. I feel like, you know, if you're gonna talk about diversity and you're just, you know, put in one or two people there who don't even make strategic decisions, you're just plastering over, you know, the cracks. We need to get more people involved. Who's writing the scripts, right? Who's directing the movies? Like Nyasha said, you know, it's important because if someone else is directing the movies, they're telling the stories how they want to, you know? So with diversity, I just feel like more people need to be behind the scenes, more people need to write the script. You know, it shouldn't be passed down to someone else to act, and it was written by, you know, a white person, right? So we need to get more people behind the scenes, and that's what's going to help going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing is, you know, somebody was mentioning earlier, like, you know, anyone who has strict African parents, I think they're more strict than Asian parents. You know, they only want you to be doctors or lawyers. But you know, guys, listen, seriously, if your kids want to become directors or editors, or there's a lot of money in this stuff, you know. So the other thing as well about visibility, which is so important. So people like Virgil Abloh in fashion, heading up Louis Vuitton, there are young white men today who want to be Virgil Abloh. They want to be Black Panther. It radically changes, it deracializes culture because people see black people achieving in creative fields. All young people want to, you know, aspire to be these people. So what would you say to aspirant editors or people, young people who want to get into the media?
Yeah, I'd say go right at it. It's very fulfilling. You know, it's quite funny what you said with African parents wanting their kids to be lawyers. I'm a victim. I'm a lawyer.
Law was a backup.
You know, I'm a lawyer, and I had to. You know, I feel like even I wanted to be a lawyer. That's the thing, right? It's what you see, you know, what you internalize, right? So I wanted to be a lawyer, and I'm only here because of my big brother, honestly.
He's
here somewhere.
Stand up.
You know, I grew up with him, and he saw what I could do. I wrote a book when I was 15, so he knew. You know, I'd put things together, but they were just ideas. I'd say, you know, this is a good idea, go do it. I'm gonna go study, right? So I came back from England. I wanted to be a lawyer, and he said, you know what, you're gonna work with me. And I said no. And he called my mom and said, this guy has to take a year out and work with me. And when I produced the first magazine, I was actually emotional because I didn't know I could. Right? So, you know, it's you know, we need to break the chain of wanting to do these traditional jobs.
And back ourselves, yes. So, I mean, I think what you've been saying about just go out and do it, which is a few people have said that. I'm going to come to Tapo now, because when we were talking about what we're going to talk about in the panel, one thing that young people do, because I want to come to like how to get young people into music, but one thing is having an online presence, and actually how young people now, because the internet is such a big democratizer, you know, like you have influencers that end up having bigger followings. CNN media is very pressurized right now, and like CNN and Business Insider let these journalists go, and then they say, okay, well, fine, I'm going to start my own YouTube channel, and they end up having more subscribers than those media companies have. So what would you say to young people that want to get into music? Besides the online platform, what else do they need to be thinking about?
I think I get asked this question a lot, actually, and I would always say, you know, the talent absolutely comes first. You know, that's number one. But I would also say consistency. You know, there's a lot of people that are maybe looking at, I'm going to reference the artists that are on, you know, that I've worked with, like Wizkid and Davido, but they're looking at their end result and comparing themselves, you know, without acknowledging that these, just even if we look at those two, you know, it's a decade plus of hard sweat and grit and pushing. So I think if you really truly want to make it in music, number one, you know, be talented. Number two, be consistent. But number three, and probably most importantly, also recognize that this is a job. Do you know what I mean? Also recognize that it isn't about going and meeting me and thinking, oh, she works at, you know, and I'm going to change your life. It's an actual career. So understand the business of music. And I know that that can be difficult if you're starting out, but there is no other profession where you think that you're going to earn lots and lots of money without actually studying, you know? So surround yourself with people who are smarter than you, perhaps, you know, that you trust. Or just read. The good thing about now, going back to the democratization, this information is available. You know, I can see somebody in the audience here, a young lady called Gracie May, who I've known for a long time. She's somebody who has created a platform that actually provides information on how to reach PRs, how to reach radio stations, how to submit your music to DSPs. You know, this wasn't around when I started out because I was part of a major label system that had its own way of promoting music. So yeah, consistency. Obviously be talented.
But it's like, yeah, you know,
and learn the business.
No, exactly. It's like anything, talent's only going to get you so far. Or even if you're a lawyer, if you're intelligent, you can only get so far. But discipline, you have to have that discipline as well. So just also in terms of this, you know, this wild west that the media has become right now. So I think even if you're a journalist and you have that platform, you know, like who's the really successful guy? Chris Maduro, the guy from CNN. I mean, he's like a phenomenon online. And then, of course, the biggest TikTok star globally is Kabi Name. Why do you think Kabi is so successful?
Yeah.
Is he Senegalese,
He is, Senegalese, Italian, I think it's very simple when it comes to the foundation of why, and it's originality. He didn't try to be anyone else. He didn't try to do too much. Sometimes, you know, there's that saying, less is more. There are so many people wanting to be the next best thing, wanting to create content online to go viral. Even when we talk about music, for example, there are quite a number of musicians who've said they feel the pressure to make music just for the sake of becoming viral. That takes away the passion, that takes away the originality, that takes away the fun, the inspiration. I mean, we could still dance and stuff to it, but then 15 seconds later, we want the next best thing. So I think people like Kabi, they just stayed true to themselves. They found something that worked, and they were consistent with it. And I think these are the values and the ways of achieving success that can be applied on many different fronts. So tapones were mentioned earlier in terms of if anyone wanted to be a successful musician, that's one of the things you've got to do. You've got to be consistent. Our attention spans have also gone very, very low, unfortunately. So if you have a passion for something, just carry on with it. And I think that's one of the things that he did, and he understood, okay, this is what works for me, I'm going to carry on with that, and I'm also going to place myself in a position where I'm not accessible to everybody. You know, I work at BBC and people are always, you know, jumping over to try and get an interview with us, right? Or PR, putting everyone in front of us. But certain artists, certain individuals who have found their USP and they have they've placed themselves in the right position, whatever industry or market they are in, those are the people that you realize actually they are not that accessible. And then to people like certain big names or productions who just feel like, oh, we can just come to you and then you're just going to say, oh, you're going to jump at us. There's this frustration, like, oh, do they not want to be in this space? But what they've also understood is I create value for myself. I create value for those who follow me. And as I do that, I just need to understand that I'm not gonna do things the way that you tell me or the traditional way. I'm gonna follow the formula that works for me, and sometimes that's very dynamic. For example, another person I could use is the Kenyan star. We know her, the one who's now moved to LA. Elsa. You know, like she was, you know, having chips in a room in Kenya, just laughing in a camera with no makeup or anything like that, and it worked for her. And as it worked for her, the opportunities began to come, and we got an interview with her. But that was very difficult. So that accessibility thing, and also just showing that African talent is extremely valuable. African talent is extremely marketable, and when young artists, or they don't have to be young, but when an individual, a talented individual, masters this, then they assist, whether it is consciously or unconsciously, they assist in showing the world that, listen, we don't need you to validate us. We don't need you to validate us. We add the value. So I'm in a space where I have the upper hand to say yes or no, and I have the ability to also put out the content in the way that I want to put it out. But again, I think the biggest thing is them also having to, you have to understand that social media as well, people can be vultures. They just want the next best thing. So do what works, and then, you know, take your time, be quiet, and then come back again.
Yeah, I think these influencers are actually working very hard as well. I mean, it might seem easy to just put some videos on TikTok, do a bit of twerking and voila, but like, it's very hard work, and they have like home studios, and you've got to like do lots and lots of takes, and it's actually quite fascinating. I've got to start asking us too, because we are going to make some time for questions, but I'm going to just kind of make some closing points. We've heard about like specializing a little bit, but you're a multi-hyphenate, and most creative people often, you know, like kids in a candy store. I'm the same, like I love music, I love art. What if you have lots of varied interests? Because I mean, you know, like the way to cut through and make money and for things to be sustainable, you know, we hear specialization a lot, but what if you have varied interests?
You just go at them as much as you can. I became a lawyer because I had some time in my hands, and my mother's voice kept ringing in my head when I had that time. So I decided to become a lawyer. But again, becoming a lawyer within the area that I was already proficient. So I made sure that my project and my specialty was in the area of intellectual property and all of that. I don't know what I'll do if I wake up in the morning and I have only one task. I'll probably just be, I'll be so scared that something is very wrong. In the last 2 months, I've probably been around 11 to 12 cities in the world, and I still don't know how I cope, but I just know I cope.
I think you're both different. I mean, I think you get these people who really thrive. I mean, but how do you like actually execute things? I mean, when you have a portfolio career is what you have. So how do you actually execute and choose which projects? I mean, you're following your passion.
I'm very passionate about the things I do. So it depends again on. But number one is always going to be acting. So once my manager has a difficult time, scheduling me. But once the acting jobs are scheduled, the speaking jobs follow, and my production work follows as well. So But the good thing about how I've been able to evolve is that every one thing that I do complements the other. So I don't get lost in the maze. I'm able to schedule. It just means that I am 13 months busy in the 12 months calendar.
I mean, one thing, I do a lot of public speaking and stuff like that, but one thing, especially with performing, you have to look after yourself, especially with all the traveling. So I'm sure you eat really well, you exercise, or you're trying to... Okay.
But I try to eat well. I try to eat well, and I try to make sure that I can get as much exercise as much as I can get. Last month I was here for my movie premiere, and I left. A week later I came back for a stage play, and I was doing 3 shows a day on the London stage here. 3 shows a day, and I did that for two or so days, back to back.
That's focus and stamina. I mean, that's incredible. The thing is about being a performer, I'm sure the artists as well, because Tupper supports at Sony, they support artists as well with the full package, touring and all of that stuff. Got to look after yourself. It's like absolutely exhausting, especially once you start going global and the travel sets in. So, okay, I need to start wrapping up and coming to questions, but one thing I want to put to you, so the media is obviously a big engine for actors. They've got to do the interviews, they've got to get their stuff in press. How can we make the arts economically sustainable? Especially media is a very constrained space. I'm really impressed that you guys have this amazing magazine. How do you do it, and how are you going to scale?
Well, so first of all, thank you. The thing with creating economic sustainability is it's all in the ecosystems, right? So if you are a musician, for instance, you have to think big. So you're singing, right? But now you want to make money. You're not just going to make money on your music. You have to think merchandising, right? You have to think communities. So, you as a musician, you're in the middle of it. And then, everything else shoots off you. I'm talking in systems. If you think about EMY Africa, right? So we started as an awards brand. And then we moved to magazines. And then we moved to the soirees, and then we moved to the EMY Africa Expo, right? So, if you think about it, you see that awards is in the middle, and then everything else shoots off it. So you have to create an ecosystem where you're not just earning on the first thing that comes to you, you're earning on other things, So that's how it goes.
I think there's a lot of crossover there. I just want Tupper Network, because she was telling me about how they support artists as like one-woman machine. So can you maybe talk about what goes into making an artist economically sustainable and viable?
I mean, I think it's really important to just establish that I'm the director of Africa at Sony Music in the UK, but I'm from a major label, a record label space. So it's not the same, there are many ways. I think artists have got much more opportunity to get their music out there. They don't have to go down the major label route. And the conversation that we were having was just, when it comes to African talent, say if you're an artist that is in Zimbabwe, where I'm from, the opportunities are not the same as in Nigeria. I spend a lot of time genuinely explaining that Africa is not a country. But that's not just, and I have to say, it's not just to the West. I also do that to some of the more the regions that are a bit further ahead, Nigeria as well, South Africa, because everybody comes from their own perspective. So if you're an artist in Zimbabwe and you've managed to get 1 million views on YouTube, you actually do not understand that you are overachieving, because we are a country of 13 million people against, and a lot of the times you'll be comparing yourself to the guys that are from Nigeria and from South Africa, etc. So number one is just, again, that sort of education. But when it comes to creating an economy around yourself, I think education is super, super key. I cannot stress this enough. Yes, it looks entertaining, it looks fun, it looks glossy, but if you do not understand the business that you are going into, you will not make money, and you are likely to be ripped off, in some instances. So, but understand that there is, number one, there is, authenticity, I think, is the currency that, we are all working with. Going back to what you were saying about the artist that, the influencer that had a less is more strategy. If it's real, people tend to gravitate towards it. But also understand, as you're building your platform, you also have the opportunity then to go and work with brands. It's not necessary. The music becomes the thing that gets you there. Once you've built your audience, you can speak to Coca-Cola, you can speak to Pepsi, you can speak to Mac, you can speak to alcohol brands if it makes sense, if there is a strategic alliance. But also understanding the publishing side, and the ownership of your music. That is something that, yes, I'm coming from a major label, but I'm African before where I work. And it is really important for you to understand that that is your lifeblood. That's your currency. So, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, I want to give the audience an opportunity to ask some questions. I will come back to you in a bit to the panel for closing remarks, but I want to try and grab some questions. So I'll take a bunch at a time. I see you. I'll take these 4 before I take any more. So, okay, so the lady over there, Gracie, yes.
Hi.
Can you keep your questions concise, please? Don't make a speech.
Hi, I'm Gracie. I run May, we're a label services agency, and I'm super passionate about the perception of Africa improving through the media, because I believe that's the most accessible vehicle to the masses. My question is, this year the IFPI reported that music in sub-Saharan Africa generated $100 million for the very first time, and actually we made 110 million, but 75% of that came from South Africa. One country out of 49 in sub-Saharan Africa. So, how do we empower the other 48 to generate that same level of revenue? Is it legislation? Is it investment? Is it structure? Is it more?
Wow, that's a big question. I'm not answering that. Okay, and then we had a gentleman over here, and then we had. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kenzie Yamalingu. I am a student here at LSE. I used to be an artist, a visual artist to be specific. And during my career as a visual artist, I realized that a lot of art being produced from Africa tend to be kind of captured in terms of value by big galleries, let's say the Guggenheim, Tate, or whatnot. So my question is, how can Africa overcome that kind of deficit? How can we create artistic infrastructure and galleries, to compete on a global scale?
I'll answer that one. Yeah, okay. And then we had one over there. And then we'll take the lady in the red, and then we'll come back. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Robert Clark. I play in the space of music, dance, and I'm also in the space of media as well. And mine is not too much of a question. It's actually to highlight a particular area I've noted over a period of time. When it comes to the arts, there are 4 main legs that hold the arts. We have the creatives, we have the businesses that run activities within the creative space, and then we have the executives that work for these businesses within the creative space, and then we have the support systems. Unfortunately, when it comes to Africa, we put a lot of pressure on the first part, that is the creatives themselves. We are expecting the creatives to excel creatively, and then they should also take care of the business aspect, and then they should also find the executives who are supposed to work in the space, and then they should
Sorry,
also...
what's your question, please?
No, it's actually more of a contribution. And then also the last part, which is the support system. So the challenge that we have is that we don't have, for example, typical thing, we don't have lawyers within the music space. And these are supposed to be people working as executives within the business sphere of music. We don't have marketers, like we have challenge with marketers working.
Are you saying
space.
in Africa we don't have?
For the most part, and that's where from Ghana, Nigeria, whatsoever. Okay. I've been around, so I understand what I'm saying. Like we don't even have schools.
Okay, so what's your question, please?
No, so what I'm saying is this. Okay. I'm just drawing our attention to something. And so what I'm trying to say is, I would love, and especially because we have people within the space who have a lot of experience, I know they've gotten to where they've gotten to not because of their efforts only, but there were systems they relied upon. Maybe if they can shed light on the relevance of the team behind their projects, if they can shed light on the systems behind their projects and how we in Africa can begin to work on these systems to ensure that we are able to project the products that we have.
Noted, thank you. Okay. And then just the lady over here, can you please keep it brief? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judith. I want to talk about but my question is in line with owning your narrative and the pushbacks we get. Because I've worked in the fashion industry and now I find myself in academia, and it's even still there, where you make your write-ups and you get the pushbacks about your references and everything, much more about being focused on European writers. But I think owning our narrative goes beyond just how do I put it? Shaping narrative. I think it also informs how creative economies are built and how we even build equitable partnerships. How can young people in this room live with something in terms of entrepreneurs and people in the fashion space and all of that? How can we live with something that is encouraging, inspiring, or whatever it is that challenges us, that whenever we face a pushback, especially when we have to own our narratives in whatever work we do, how do we face this? I would really love a practical answer to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay,
and just before I come to you, I'm very sorry, but we only have 10 minutes for the responses here.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
That's why, guys, please can you keep I'm really appreciating how engaged everybody is, but the longer your questions are, then we can't get to them or give other people opportunity to ask questions. I saw you, and I'm hoping that we're going to come to you, but let me just answer these quickly. So I'll do the one on the gallery very quickly. It relates to some other points that have been made. So actually, if you'd like to speak to me afterwards, the guy who asked about the galleries, Kenzie, that's actually something that I'm going to be doing some research on, because I think one of the problems is that African art history is very much dictated through the canon, which has been very Eurocentric. So it's about, like, do we have biennales in Venice? Do we even participate in them? Or do we have biennales in Lagos? Having African galleries and actually studying African art, like, we don't know very much about our own history. And a lot of the items that we see in museums and galleries, those artists and the traditions, we don't know a lot about them. Similarly, just building up, and you can, if you're an academic, you can start building that literature by doing research on it. Okay, so the question about why is 48% of the music industry concentrated in South Africa? Sorry, 75% of the music industry concentrated in South Africa.
So I think you had asked specifically, is it legislation? Is it, what would the other?
So I said, is it legislation, is it structure, is it ecosystem, is it investment, is it something else?
Yeah. So essentially, it's like, how long is a piece of string? The reality is, all of a sudden, our creative economy, the creative communities have put Africa at the forefront of these conversations. But Africa still has, going back, Africa is not a country, but there are certain things that define the continent that still need to be worked around. So I think it's a combination of all of that. I think legislation is one way. I think education is another. But I also think that collaboration is key across the continent. Anytime when regions cross-pollinate and come together to create these projects, that's how, to your point, in terms of encouraging, the other countries to kind of get involved. But I would even, obviously, that it's an important report, but we also need to do a little bit of investigation on that, because South Africa is the South African music business is the closest to the one that resembles the West. So the data is going to be skewed in that direction. I think if we did a little bit more digging to actually look at and to give you an example, even within the organisation that I work for, sometimes a lot of the data comes from South Africa, despite the fact that our biggest artists are actually all from Nigeria. But because South Africa has been the hub, that's where that data is sort of
I think
that answer.
I just didn't want to start an argument, so.
A lot of the issues structurally in terms of South Africa's dominance is actually due to travel routes as well, through airports and so on. I know we need to wrap up. There was a lady over there. Do you have a question still?
We've run out of time, so I will just take this opportunity to say I'm excited to see all of you in Nollywood when I tell you that it really had me thinking about the ways those of us in the diaspora could basically build bridges so that we could change our narratives, which really inspired what I do. You talking about the creative economy, I used to work with Spotify and I worked with podcasters, so I really understand that too. So less of a question.
Less of a question, more of a comment to say, what I'm curious about and what I'd love for us to see is how we can continue to build those bridges to amplify our stories and work together to do that. So no question, that's it.
Do we have time for any more questions? Or
There's no more time for questions, but perhaps
we can wrap up.
The response to what was said.
Okay, great. So I'm really sorry, we don't have any more time for.
Sorry to mention AI and intellectual property.
Yeah. Okay. We kind of have spoken a bit about IP and artists owning their art and becoming editors. IP is something that we think about in terms of the study of art and so on. Thank you for raising it. But I think it is kind of front of mind. I think Richard and Nyasha, I'm going to invite you to make some closing comments, and then the two of you, if we can squeeze you in last, but just we haven't heard much from the two of you in the last. Richard, any closing comments?
Just to say that I was my interest to speak by the guy who was making a comment about the structures within the business. I don't know what your impressions are, but there are lawyers who work within the entertainment industry. Sometimes there is an apathy on the side of creatives also, not needing to see anybody or consult anybody. They will rather consult only when they run into trouble. I'm an artist myself and a lawyer. I offer free services to a lot of my colleagues, and when I tell them to start with a lawyer, most times they still don't. It's only when they run into trouble that they call and say, that thing that we needed to talk about, can we still go ahead and talk about it now? So I think that for an artist, you need to build relationships around yourself, even when you've not gotten to where you want to get to, because preparing yourself for where you want to get to is important, and it is the structure and the people that you have around you that will help propel you to that level. So don't wait until you run into trouble before you consult a lawyer.
Okay, great. And then Nyasha?
Yeah, so really quick, I actually want to make my closing statement an answer to your question in terms of how young people, how they overcome the pushback, etc. So I would say it's very simple. It's easier for some, but of course not as easy for everybody. But I would say do your thing. So I've mentioned a lot about where I work, right? The organization that everybody knows about. But one of the things, you see a problem and you decide, I'm going to be a solution, or I'm going to close and bridge the gap. So what I realize is in terms of the narrative and who's able to tell it, it's either the really big corporations or people with money, etc. And there is a gap in terms of being able to also give the people with the skills on the continent that the time and the ability and the money to make this content. So what I decided to do was I started a production company, and I started with what I had in front of me. Over the years of doing these things, I made contacts within the industry, and this production company, we started a podcast called With Nyasha Michelle, and I sit down with people within my network, so started with what I have. In the first season, I spoke to Olympians, Rayvani, musicians from South Africa, Tanzania, etc., and bringing those worlds together, including India. And then this second season, we're speaking to people in South Africa. That is what I've decided to do. And yes, I can think about the pushback, but it's about, is it to my benefit? So my mom is in the audience. Hi, Mom. When she was raising me, right? So I'm gonna make it really, really quick. When my mother was raising me, one thing that she taught me is you can listen to the critique, right? Take it and with a pinch of salt and then keep moving. So us as young people within Africa, if we're going to keep saying we've got to own the narrative, then let's do it. Start with what you have, collaborate with others. There's also lots of funding that Africans are not making the most of. There's fundings between UK, America, and the continent. So get in on that, collaborate with others, and just do what you would like to see out there, and just keep it moving. And then at the right time,
I think that's really good advice. Don't focus on criticism, just go out there and do it. Don't think about the haters, think about what you can create. Chris, Tapo, any last comments very quickly before we go?
I'm just going to build up on what she said, brighten your corner, do what you can with what you have. With us, as cultural experts or whatever, what we are doing is more of us building cultural artifacts for me, for the magazine. If I tell your story in the magazine, it's on the table for 10 years, right? Someone could pick it, read it, know what you did 10 years ago. Yeah. And that's what we need to start doing, everybody. Thank you.
And I would just honing in on what has already been said. I think collaboration is particularly key when it comes to Africa. The same rules do not apply to the ones in the West. So I think the more that we put value on ourselves individually as artists, as executives, as people that have culture hubs, that are running studios, just put that value on yourself, but also collaborate. It's not necessarily, the route must not necessarily be, I'm a big artist in Nigeria, so I'm ready to play O2 Arena. Think about how you're going to get to Malawi, how you're going to get to South Africa, how you're going to, because the one thing that Africa has is numbers. Yeah. And if we actually put the value on that, and I think the panel before was talking about the black diaspora, even the strategic alliances with regions like Brazil, where there is a huge diaspora, again, collaboration, is particularly when it comes to Africa, is super key.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I know there's so much to say. Sorry to those of you who didn't get to your questions, and thank you very much to our hosts. And yes, I have to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, there is the mixer. So anybody didn't get to make their questions or wanted to follow up, please do follow up with the speakers at the mixer. We're fast approaching the end of the day and the end of our time in this space, which is why we are moving ahead with some degree of speed. So thank you for keeping your questions quite concise. I'd like to, one moment. Thank you very much. So we heard from Chris that his journey was assisted by his brother, and I'd like to bring his brother onto the stage. Mr. Daniel Kojo Sobo, who is quietly formidable force, and I think that's about right. He's quietly been in the backgrounds, having produced this and so much more, of Africa's most compelling celebrations of excellence. As the founder and executive director of Carbon AV and EMY Africa, Kojo Sobo has shaped a career defined by vision, precision, and the elevation of African achievement. With every event, campaign, and platform, Kojo's mission remains the same: to amplify African stories with elegance, clarity, and conviction. So it gives me great pleasure to call upon Kojo to give us some closing remarks today.
Thank you. I'm super excited. Today has been great. It's always very exhilarating to see your hard work pay off. We just had a very successful symposium last week in New York in partnership with New York University, and now this grade one here at London School of Economics. It makes my heart very full because it's a lot of hard work to pull these events off. Since 2016, EMY Africa has been dedicated to celebrating excellence, leadership, and cultural pride across the continent and beyond. From our prestigious EMY Africa Awards to our magazines, our expos, forums, every initiative has led us into becoming a continental symbol of excellence, growing into a cultural force, spotlighting leaders, catalyzing conversations, and creating platforms that inspire the next generation. This year, as we mark our 10th anniversary, yes, we are 10. We deserve a 10. We are 10. This year, as we mark our 10th anniversary, we reflect on a decade of progress. What started as an awards event has grown to become a dynamic ecosystem of excellence, ambition, and legacy. Beyond the awards, EMY Africa magazine continues to tell inspiring African stories, spotlight innovations, and provide a platform for brands to connect with audience meaningfully. This symposium serves as a platform for critical discourse on Africa's present challenges, opportunities, and the continent's future trajectory. The event is a means to show the growing significance of Africa on the global stage and the critical role of partnerships in fostering the continent's development. Africa's fast-growing youth population has the potential to drive global growth in the same way China's young workers once powered the global economy. What we owe our youth is hope. They are the greatest asset Africa has. We need to make our continent attractive to our youth at home and abroad so that collectively we can build the Africa we all want. Inspiration is one of the biggest catalysts to success, and that is why we do what we do at EMY Africa. We showcase Africa's greatness and excellence to inspire greatness. We show that Africa has standards too, that we can execute excellently and rival global competition. We showcase Africa not from the lens of poverty, but from the lens of opportunities, of greatness, and of abundance. What we see and hear continually shapes the perception and our reality. Let's brand our continent. Let's own our narrative. Let's collaborate with ourselves and build partnerships that will transform our continent. Let's evolve, let's motivate, and let's yield Africa. I'd like to thank all our partners, LSE, Firoz Laji Institute, Leslie and your team. You guys have been so gracious. Thank you. This is our second year, and it keeps getting better. We are coming back again. Thank you so much. The Diaspora Affairs Office of the President of Ghana, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, the KGL Group, JL Properties, our media partners, Black Volta, and the New Media Association of Ghana. I'm truly, truly grateful. I'd like to acknowledge and thank our host, Evina. You've been incredible. Thank you so much. All our incredible speakers for their time, their knowledge, and their insights. I'd like to thank Prof. David Luke. I can't mention everybody's name, but I'll just mention a few. Prof, thank you so much. I'd like to also thank our 2024 Man of the Year, Dr. James Orleans Lindsay, who gave a very thought-provoking keynote. Doc, thank you so much. He deserves a round of applause. Since he was announced Man of the Year, he's been incredibly supportive. He's been to all our events and, supports us in many ways. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you, sir. I also like to thank Mr. Alex Dade, the 2023 Man of the Year, who had a great fireside chat. It was incredible. Thank you. And Nollywood actor, legend, my very good friend, I call him my Igbon, Richard Moffett Damijo. He flew all the way from Nigeria to be part of this event. Thank you so much. And to all my friends from Ghana and around Africa who flew in to support me, this is a showcase of collaboration which we need as Africans. And I have so many incredible friends. If I do events in Thailand, they are there. If I do events in New York, they are there. Charlie, I'm blessed. Thank you so much. And I have one good friend of mine here as well. He's the president of Ghana Journalists Association. He's here as well. He deserves a hand of applause. Mr. Albert Jumfo, I hope all the things we've shared here, you are going to share it with your people in Ghana, your media in Ghana, so that they put the information across. And to all my team who have worked around the clock to make this happen, Chris, Soraya, Angela, Nuria, Ima, Julian, and all the great team members back at home working remotely, I appreciate you all. The 3rd anniversary edition of the EMY Africa Awards will come off in November this year in Accra, Ghana. So keep your eyes on our social media pages. It's going to be a very incredible event. You're invited to attend the event in Ghana. The EMY Africa Awards is one of the most prestigious awards in Ghana, in Africa. So you are invited to experience what Africa excellence looks like. Thank you. So we would like to hear your feedback after the event. And so please take a moment and speak to one of the finest international hosts and MCs from Ghana, Bliss King. We would like to hear your feedbacks so that we can get better, because that is what it's all about, to grow and get better. I appreciate all of you for staying. We started a bit late, but you stayed with us to the end. I truly appreciate you. See you next year. God bless you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. So in terms of staying connected, please, if you aren't able to grab somebody today, you can email info@emyafrica.com. Say who you think should be in next year's magazine, and stay connected. Thank you very much, and we hope to have you for drinks afters upstairs.